approach the witness stand or remain standing. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated. Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name's Ariana Adeva, Ariana Adeva.
See. Good morning, Ms. Adeva. What is
morning.
your current occupation?
I'm currently the Assistant Director of the Identification Bureau at the Orange County Crime Lab.
What is the Orange County Crime Lab?
The Orange County Crime Lab is a forensic laboratory that's located in Santa Ana, California. And we are a full service lab, so we provide forensic testing for the county.
And how long have you been the Assistant Director?
I've been the Assistant Director for about 2.5 years, since August of 2023.
Prior to being the Assistant Director, were you the supervising forensic scientist for the Orange County Crime Lab?
I was for the toxicology section.
And how long did you hold that position?
I was the supervisor for about close to 6.5 years.
As a supervising forensic scientist, what were your job duties and responsibilities?
As the supervisor of the toxicology section, I did have people who directly reported to me. I was in charge of day-to-day operations within the section. So scheduling tests, making sure that people knew what testing they were performing that day. I also monitored a lot of casework and cases, wrote reports, reviewed reports. Again, basically maintained the day-to-day operations of that section.
How many years total have you been employed with the Orange County Crime Lab?
This is my 19th year.
Can you walk us through your education, starting with your undergraduate studies?
Yes, I received my Bachelor's of Science in Biology from UC Irvine.
And did you receive a master's degree?
I did. I received my Master's of Science in Criminalistics from the California State University of Los Angeles.
Do you currently hold any board certifications?
I do. I'm certified by the American Board of Forensic Toxicologists.
What does it mean to be board certified?
I had to take an exam, pass that exam to earn my certification. And every year I am required to obtain a certain number of continuing education credits in order to maintain that certification.
How long have you been board certified?
Since 2015.
And have you authored any publications relating to your field and expertise?
I have.
Can you describe those publications?
I'm a co-author on 3 publications. 2 of those publications deal with marijuana or cannabinoids and how they affect driving and driving symptomology. The 3rd publication that I'm co-authored on is a publication dealing with a drug class called benzodiazepines and how we developed a method for that class of drugs within the Orange County Crime Lab.
Are you affiliated with any professional organizations in your field?
I am, yes.
Okay. Which organizations?
I'm a member of the California Association of Criminalists, the California Association of Toxicologists, and also the Society of Forensic Toxicologists.
And is the Orange County Crime Lab accredited?
Yes.
What does it mean for a lab to be accredited?
Accreditation is when an outside body, in the case of Orange County Crime Lab, we are accredited by the ANAB, ANSI National Accreditation Board. This outside body comes into our laboratory. They evaluate our laboratory on a number of international standards to ensure that we are abiding by those standards and essentially that we're following proper procedures and the procedures that we've set forth for ourselves.
Does accreditation need to be renewed periodically?
Yes.
How often?
Our accreditation is renewed every 4 years.
What goes into that process?
During an assessment for accreditation, there are volunteer assessors who come on site. They're looking at our personnel, their training, methods that we use in the laboratory, the validation of those methods. Again, they're looking at a number of accreditation criteria to ensure that our laboratory meets those standards. That's every 4 years. Every 2 years, we have what's called a surveillance visit, where a smaller number of volunteers from ANAB, our accrediting body, come on site and look at a smaller number of standards. And then every year, we do what's called an internal audit, where our own personnel are looking at our own standards, policies, and procedures and ensuring that we're following those.
Ms. Deva, did the Orange County Crime Lab test blood samples of Rebecca Grossman in the year 2020?
Yes,
At that point in time, were you the supervising forensic scientist?
I was, yes.
Were you the case manager for Ms. Grossman's blood samples?
Yes.
What does that mean to be the case manager?
The case manager is an individual who follows that sample or follows that evidence as testing is performed. The case manager is also responsible for opening the evidence, scheduling testing on the evidence, again, making sure that the testing is performed, and then writing the report.
So was it your job to oversee the testing of her blood samples and make sure it was properly performed and accurate?
Yes.
Did the Orange County Crime Lab test those blood samples for both alcohol and drugs?
Yes.
Did you receive blood samples from the Los Angeles Sheriff Crime Lab?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that the Los Angeles Crime Lab tested Ms. Grossman's blood samples before sending them to the Orange County Crime Lab?
Yes.
And did the Los Angeles Sheriff's Crime Lab ask the Orange County Crime Lab to perform additional testing on Ms. Grossman's blood samples for certain drugs or compounds?
Yes.
When another lab asks you to perform additional testing, is it your lab's practice to conduct that testing completely independently without relying on the other lab's results?
Yes.
Why is that important?
It's important because we want to make sure that our results are accurate and unbiased. So when other laboratories or other entities ask the Orange County Crime Lab to test samples, we make sure that we do it within the scope of our full protocol. So we're not cutting corners. We're doing and treating that sample exactly like we would any other sample that comes into the crime lab.
When the Orange County Crime Lab is informed it's going to be receiving blood samples, what is the lab's intake process?
The sample is received by our evidence control unit. This unit is responsible for receiving the blood samples, logging them into our internal laboratory system, and then making sure that evidence or those blood samples get to where they need to go in the lab. So the Orange County Crime Lab does have multiple sections. Our evidence control unit makes sure that that evidence gets to the locked storage of that particular section that needs testing.
When the Orange County Crime Lab receives an envelope or a package containing a blood sample, what is the lab's custom and practice for receiving it and processing it?
The Orange County Crime Lab, again, the evidence is typically received by the evidence control unit. The evidence control unit also maintains chain of custody, so is logging in information regarding date, time, who dropped off the sample. They then deposit the sample to in this case for toxicology, they'll deposit samples into a locked refrigerator that is accessible to both the forensic alcohol and toxicology section. At that point, someone like myself, a case manager, will go into that locked refrigerator, retrieve the sample, and open the sample.
Does the lab assign or use a unique identification number for the blood samples?
Yes.
What is the purpose of assigning each blood sample a unique identification number?
By assigning a unique identification number, that is the laboratory's way of tracking that specific case or that specific piece of evidence as it flows through the laboratory.
How does that unique identification number help the lab track the sample from intake through testing until the sample is returned or released from the lab?
We use a system called LIMS, the Laboratory Information Management System. We assign each case or piece of evidence a unique number, and then through our LIMS system, which again is an electronic database or an electronic application, we can, in most cases, scan a barcode that allows us to basically, again, track how that piece of evidence is moving from person to person, section to section, basically how it's moving through the lab.
Let's publish Exhibit 47. Ms. Adiva, do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 47 here?
Yes,
What are we looking at here?
this is a white blood standard kit that the County of Los Angeles uses.
And do you see towards the top of the envelope that the subject's full name is indicated as Rebecca Grossman?
Yes,
There appears to be blue and red tape on the outside of the envelope. Do you see that?
yes.
What is the purpose of this tape?
As forensic practitioners, we are trained that when we're opening evidence, we should open a different part of the evidence that has not been sealed. So for instance, in this case, as an example, if the evidence was originally sealed at the top, whoever then resealed the evidence uses that red evidence tape. And then whoever is then entering the package later will enter at a different side of the package, for instance, on the right side. And then when they seal the package, they will use another piece of evidence tape, like the red tape, and then so forth. So these different color tapes just signify where the package has been opened, and then subsequently where the package has been sealed. So both the red and the blue tape are different colors rather of evidence tape.
Why is it important to document exactly where the package has been opened and sealed?
We're ensuring as forensic practitioners that the sample was not tampered with. This particular type of tape is tamper resistant. So you can tell it's very difficult to get in without completely ripping the tape or completely ripping the package. So it's important for us, again, to ensure that the evidence has not been tampered with.
And Chris, can we zoom in on the bottom left of the envelope here? Yeah. Okay, in the bottom left of this image, there's some writing in blue ink, Ms. Adiva. Do you see that?
Yes,
And it appears to be initials and a date. What does that indicate?
those are my initials and I dated this. This looks to be an area where I either opened this package or sealed it. Most likely sealed it.
And Chris, let's zoom out. Envelope here. Perfect. In the middle of the envelope, there's a blue circular sticker with a number on it. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is this blue circular sticker?
This is a sticker that is placed on all of our incoming evidence by our evidence control unit. So this is the unique identifying number for this particular sample assigned by the Orange County Crime Lab.
And is that barcode something you can scan into your system?
It is.
And would that be the LIMS system that you mentioned before?
That's correct.
And for this particular blood sample, were you the one that would have opened the envelope and confirmed all the biographical information?
Yes,
Did you do that for Ms. Grossman's blood samples?
I did.
Let's publish Exhibit 48. Ms. Adiva, do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 48?
Yes,
Is this the reverse side of the envelope we just looked at in Exhibit 47?
yes,
And we can see here there's a blue sticker again. Is that the same identifying number we just saw on the last exhibit?
yes.
Chris, can you zoom in on the blue writing on the right side of the exhibit here? Ms. Adeba, do you see the blue writing on the envelope here?
Yes,
Are those your initials?
yes,
Yeah, there's a little bit of a glare, but does that say OP and it's circled next to your initials?
that's correct. That's my abbreviation for open.
And then there's a date listed next to your initials there.
That's correct.
Would that be the date that you open the
That's-
package?
I apologize. Yes, that's correct.
And it looks like it's November 2020. Is that when you would have opened this envelope?
Yes,
Let's publish Exhibit 49. Ms. Adeba, do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 49?
yes,
Are these the two blood samples that the Orange County Crime Lab tested and analyzed
yes,
for Ms. Grossman?
that's correct.
And the handwriting that we can see on the label of the vials, what does that represent?
These are the initials and dates of the examiners or the scientists who tested each blood sample.
Why is it important to notate the date that they tested each blood sample?
It's important for us to maintain chain of custody. So again, we're indicating who had possession and who took sample out of these blood vials, as well as on what date.
And when it's time to actually perform the testing of the blood samples, how is it decided which forensic analyst will be doing the testing?
Typically, we employ like a rotation system. So we do have numerous analysts, numerous scientists who work in the laboratory and who work within the forensic alcohol and toxicology section. We typically have schedules for them. So, and I apologize, during any given day or any given week, I, as a scientist, might be assigned to a specific analysis. I might be assigned to different things in the laboratory, but again, essentially, it's a rotation system.
Okay. Let's publish Exhibit 50. Ms. Adeba, are you familiar with the term chain of custody?
Yes.
In a forensic lab setting, what does chain of custody refer to?
Chain of custody is the chain of who had possession of that piece of evidence. So again, it lets us know maybe who received it, who tested it, the dates and times of those activities. It helps to maintain the integrity and the authenticity of a piece of evidence.
And why is chain of custody important in the lab?
It's important because, again, as forensic practitioners, we want to maintain accuracy. We want to ensure that the sample that we're testing is the right sample and the right results to be reporting for that person. Again, it also ensures that only people who are necessary should be touching that evidence. So there's a few things that maintaining chain of custody ensures for us.
And do you recognize what's depicted here in Exhibit 50?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a summary printout of the Orange County Crime Lab's chain of custody while we had possession of this particular evidence package.
And can you explain what each of the columns on this document represent?
Sure. So you see a header. It says location, at the top left, that's the location thank you. That's the location of where the evidence is located. You can see moving on, it says moved by, that's another column. That indicates who is moving and or taking possession of that piece of evidence. And then the next column to the right, moved on, is the dates and the time that that particular person moved that piece of evidence or took it into their possession.
So this document indicates and identifies who was handling the blood samples and the date and time at which they were handled.
That's correct.
And at the top, under item 1, it says received on 11/19/2020. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
No, you do. Okay.
Yes, I do.
Can you zoom into the top line? Perfect. You see that?
Yes.
And does this report also indicate when the Orange County lab returned these blood samples?
That would be reflected at the bottom.
Yeah.
Sorry, not
A little bit.
that bottom, a little bit up. In that same chain, there's a line that says gone, NRE, 519.
And what does that line item represent?
That represents when we handed possession of this evidence item back to the LA Sheriff.
And to your knowledge, were all the Orange County lab's custom and practices for proper chain of custody followed with respect to Ms. Grossman's blood samples?
Yes.
Let's publish Exhibit 51.
Objection, hearsay. Put up. Just lay the foundation. That's right. Oh, okay, yes.
Ms. Adeva, when the Orange County Crime Lab performs testing and analysis on blood samples, is it part of the lab's regular course of business to create forensic blood and alcohol reports?
Yes.
And do you see what's displayed here on the screen as Exhibit 51?
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 51?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is a forensic volatile examination report that was issued by the Orange County Crime Lab.
And is this the blood alcohol report for Rebecca Grossman's blood samples?
Yes.
And in looking at the top of this document, is this specifically referring to the 2 vials that we saw earlier of blood from Rebecca Grossman?
Yes, we did receive 2 vials. This is reflecting alcohol testing on one of those 2 vials.
And the unique identifying numbers that we saw on the envelopes in the prior exhibits, are there numbers on here which correspond to those specific unique identifying numbers?
Yes.
Where do you see those on the document?
On the top right, you see FR number 20-54109. That's the Orange County Crime Lab's unique identifier for this case.
And does this document identify what time the blood samples were taken?
Yes, there's a section of the report that documents the collection date and time.
What is the collection date and time listed here?
The collection date and time for this sample is September 29th, 2020 at 22:17 hours.
And would that be 10:17 p.m.?
That's correct.
Does this report contain the results of testing for the presence of ethanol in Rebecca Grossman's blood?
Yes.
What is ethanol?
Ethanol is drinking alcohol.
Is ethanol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes.
What does that mean when something is classified as a central nervous system depressant?
Your central nervous system is your brain and basically your nerves, how your brain is communicating with the rest of your body. So when we're talking about a central nervous system depressant, we're talking about drugs that can affect the way that your brain is processing information, making decisions about that information, and then sending that information to other parts of your body to either move or to coordinate. So oftentimes central nervous system depressants can affect things cognitively going on in your brain, as well as affect different types of movements. We often think of a central nervous system depressant as slowing things or slowing the processing down in your body.
And so can ethanol or drinking alcohol slow down your brain activity?
Yes, it can definitely affect the way that your brain is processing information and deciding and carrying out what to do with that information.
Can ethanol or drinking alcohol impair judgment?
That's possible.
Can ethanol or drinking alcohol cause slower reaction times?
Yes, that's possible.
And in the testing of Rebecca Grossman's blood samples, what were the results for the presence of ethanol?
The results, thank you very much. The sample was tested in duplicate. That is what the state of California mandates for alcohol testing. So the first replicate was a 0.074% ethanol, and acetaldehyde was also detected. The second replicate was a 0.073% alcohol, and acetaldehyde was also detected.
And this sample was taken at 10:17 p.m. on September 29, 2010, correct?
Yes.
Once she knows, is that going to be the same blood alcohol at the time the accident happened, 3 hours later? Or be more or less?
And if someone's blood is taken 3 hours after consuming alcohol, would the blood alcohol content change within those 3 hours?
Yes.
Get higher or lower?
Would it get higher or lower?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
In most cases, it would have been higher in the previous hours.
And the 0.074 and the 0.073 numbers, is that what's commonly known or referred to as blood alcohol content?
That's correct.
Can someone be impaired at 0.074 or 0.073 blood alcohol content?
That's possible.
Why were there 2 tests performed for her blood alcohol content?
The state of California, under the California Department of Public Health, regulates how forensic alcohol must be tested in our state. They regulate everything from the training of the person testing to how you must test to how you must report. So essentially the state of California mandates that we test in duplicate for forensic alcohol.
And who from the crime lab performed the actual testing on the blood samples?
For forensic alcohol, a scientist named Kelly Brown, and secondly, a scientist named Carrie DeCluse.
When was the testing actually performed?
The testing was performed by Kelly Brown on November 23rd, 2020, and by Carrie DeCluse on November 25th, 2020.
Can you describe the testing and methods used in each of the blood samples analysis here?
Yes, so there were 2 different instruments used for this particular sample. The first one by Kelly Brown, she used an instrument called the gas chromatograph flame ionization detector. It's a mouthful. And Carrie DeCluse used an instrumentation called the gas chromatograph flame ionization detector mass spectrometer. And that's basically an instrument. This is comprised of multiple parts. The first part is the gas chromatograph, and that's able to separate components of a mixture. So essentially, the sample is gently heated. The components of that mixture are separated through a long, little thin column. And then at the end, once they're separated, a detector is able to tell us exactly what's in that sample. And in the first case, the detector is the FID, that flame ionization detector. And in the second replicate that was done, the detector is actually a dual detector flame ionization detector mass spectrometer. So it does give us very high specificity and tell us again exactly what's in that sample.
Based on your background, your training, and your experience, do the testing methods used on Ms. Grossman's blood samples produce accurate and reliable results?
Yes.
Is there a review process before finalizing a blood alcohol report like the one we see in Exhibit 51?
Yes.
What is that process?
So each analyst in this particular situation, Kelly Brown, would have reviewed her own analytical results. So she would have gone into the sample, she would have gone into the standards that we run with every forensic sample and make sure that they are acceptable, that they reach our level of accuracy. And when she basically ensured that her results were accurate, she would then upload the results to our laboratory information management system. That electronic system I told you also maintains chain of custody, our LIMS system. Then Carrie would go in, also review her own results in the same way, review her results, review her standards and batch run in the same exact way that Kelly reviewed her run, and then upload her results into our LIMS system. One person would go in, one person, not Kelly or Carrie, would then go in and review Kelly's results in the same way. And then another fourth person, not Kelly or Carrie, would go in and review Carrie's results. So we have a number of checks and balances, a number of reviews. Once all of those individuals were satisfied that the results are accurate, they would then issue a report. And then that report, this report, is also reviewed a subsequent time.
And is it the practice of the Orange County Lab not to sign off on the review process unless the review believes that the testing and the results are complete, accurate, and reliable?
Yes.
What is the typical dissipation rate for alcohol?
What is dissipation?
From the body?
Yes.
The typical rate, there is a range, but the typical rate that I personally use is that alcohol decreases in the blood at a rate of 0.015% per hour.
What does dissipation mean?
When you ingest alcohol or anything for that matter, your body is going to recognize that as something that it needs to break down, metabolize, and get rid of in the body, typically through either your urine, sweat, breath, feces. Again, get rid of it and get it out of the body. So when we're talking about dissipation, I'm talking about essentially metabolism. At what rate or how does the body remove or metabolize something foreign to it?
Okay, and so then in 3 hours, how much dissipation would occur in a blood alcohol sample?
If I'm using that standard dissipation rate or standard rate of 0.015% per hour, after 3 hours, 0.015 times 3 is 0.0145%.
It's 0.045%.
Correct. After 3 hours.
It's 0.04. That's right.
And so if you wanted to see what the blood alcohol content level was 3 hours before this blood sample was taken, how would you go about doing that?
You would add that rate of dissipation. You basically perform that calculation where I received the 0.045 and then add that back to the tested alcohol level.
Okay, and what would that be for Ms. Grossman's levels of 0.074 or 0.073?
Objection, Wax Foundation.
Over.
It would be approximately 0.11 to 0.12 blood alcohol content.
Let's publish Exhibit 52. Ms. Deva, in your role with the Orange County Crime Lab analyzing blood samples, do you author toxicological examination reports?
Yes,
And have you done that for all the years that you've worked at the Orange County Crime Lab?
yes,
Did you author a toxicology report for Ms. Grossman's blood samples?
I did.
And do you see what's on the screen here as Exhibit 52?
I do.
Is this the toxicology report from Ms. Grossman's blood samples?
Yes,
Does this report show the results of the testing for drugs in Ms. Grossman's blood?
yes.
Can you explain to the jury the various tests performed with this blood sample?
When a sample is screened for drugs at the Orange County Crime Lab, we have to have a way to narrow down what we might be looking for. There's hundreds, thousands of drugs that we are able to test for. So initially we start with a screening exam. In this particular case, we did a 2-pronged screening, first by immunoassay, and second by an instrumentation called the QTOF, or the quantitative time of flight. So that's a way that we can get a presumptive positive on what may be in the sample. Once we receive presumptive positives, we move that sample on to confirmation testing. And it's at this point that we're able to tell or able to detect exactly what compound is in the sample. For this particular sample, we did multiple confirmation type testing, and we used instrumentation called the liquid chromatograph, mass spectrometer, as well as instrumentation, a gas chromatograph, nitrogen phosphorus detector, and mass spectrometer.
Okay. And does this report document the date and time the blood sample was taken?
Yes,
What was the date and time this blood sample was taken from Rebecca Grossman?
September 29th, 2020 at 22:17 hours.
And again, that would be 10:17 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what were the positive findings for this testing?
She need to see the other page.
Thank you. The drugs that were detected were caffeine, fluoxetine, norfluoxetine, and nordiazepam.
What is fluoxetine?
Fluoxetine is an antidepressant. It's an SSRI. It's more commonly referred to as Prozac.
What about norfluoxetine? What kind of drug is that?
Norfluoxetine is a metabolite or a breakdown product of the fluoxetine.
And nordiazepam, what kind of drug is that?
Nordiazepam is a benzodiazepine. It's commonly called, its parent drug is called Valium, but nordiazepam is typically a metabolite or often given for antidepressant. It can be given for various things, helping you sleep, seizure medication. It's also classified under a broader category as being a central nervous system depressant.
And as a central nervous system depressant, Can this drug also impair judgment and cause slower reaction times?
Yes,
And if Valium is consumed with alcohol, can that amplify impairment?
it can. Yes.
And once all the testing was complete of Ms. Grossman's blood samples, did you issue this toxicology report?
Yes.
When you issued the report, were you confident that the testing was complete and that the results were accurate and reliable?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Ms. Aviva. How you
Good
doing?
morning. I'm great. Thank you.
Thanks. At the time of the accident, you were the supervising forensic scientist at Orange County Crime Lab, true?
That's correct.
And your involvement in this case was due to the Los Angeles lab sending down the samples so that the OC lab could test for alcohol and drugs, correct?
Correct.
And the LA lab didn't have the capability to test for drugs, true?
That was my understanding.
And when the OC lab received the blood samples, they had already been tested by the LA crime lab, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not aware of any of the methodologies, procedures, or instruments that the LA crime lab used to test the blood samples, true?
That's true. I'm not.
And in this case, you didn't yourself do the testing of the blood samples, true?
That's correct.
And your role was limited to receiving the sample and producing the report, correct?
Correct.
And that report you prepared, you use a computer software program to generate that program, correct?
That's correct.
You don't put any independent analysis into that report, correct?
I did not know.
Now, your lab does a tracking system of everything that happens to those blood samples once they come to your lab, correct?
That's correct.
And your lab stores those blood samples in a refrigerator, correct?
That's correct.
Prior to the Orange County lab receiving those blood samples, you have no information on how those samples were stored, correct?
I do not.
You have no information prior to those samples coming to your lab of what was done with those samples, correct?
That's correct.
You have no information that when the sample was taken at the hospital and provided to the sheriff deputy, what that sheriff deputy did with the blood sample, correct?
Correct.
And you received the sample in November 2020, correct?
That's correct.
And that's almost 2 months after the sample was obtained, true?
That's correct.
And you testified that the sample was drawn at, I believe it was 10:22 p.m. on September 29th, is that correct?
I believe 22:17, so 10:17
10,
p.m. Correct.
10:17 p.m. Okay, thank you. Do you know what date your lab tested the blood samples for alcohol?
I believe it was November 23rd and November 25th.
Okay, and the report that you prepared that was showed to you, that shows the level of blood alcohol concentration that was determined based on the testing, correct?
That's correct.
And the blood alcohol concentration levels, those are based on the time that the sample was taken, correct?
The tested result does depend on the date and time that the sample was taken, yes.
And the results of your lab's testing on both samples were 0.074 and 0.073 blood alcohol concentration, correct?
That's correct.
And the legal limit in California is 0.08, correct?
That's correct.
And both those samples, the blood alcohol concentration was below the 0.08 legal limit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now, when counsel was asking you questions, he asked you if the blood alcohol concentration could be higher 3 hours earlier, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In order to determine whether or not a blood alcohol concentration is higher or lower at some time prior, you need to know some additional factors, don't you?
That's correct.
The calculation you did for counsel where you added 0.014 or 0.0145 or 0.015, that was based on some assumptions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so to determine the how someone processes alcohol in their system, some of the factors you'd want to know is their height and weight, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You'd want to know what that person had to drink, correct?
That would be helpful.
You'd want to know when that person had something to drink, correct?
Also helpful, yes.
And you'd want to know the type of alcohol that person had, correct?
That could be helpful.
The proof of the alcohol, correct?
Also helpful.
And in this analysis that you did in this case, you have no information about any of those factors I just went through, correct?
I don't have any additional information.
Are you aware that Ms. Grossman was given a breathalyzer at the scene of the accident?
I was not aware.
Would the results of the breathalyzer also be something that you would want to take into your account to determine what somebody's blood alcohol level was at an earlier point in time than the time of the blood draw?
It might be helpful, but typically my calculations are based off of the evidentiary evidence. So it might play into the greater totality of circumstances, but not necessarily for the particular calculation that you're asking for.
When analyzing somebody's alcohol consumption, you're aware that there's sometimes a curve that's kind of drawn, where there's a period of time where you consume, your blood alcohol level starts to rise, and then at some point it starts to decrease, correct?
That's correct.
And in order to determine a point in time on that chart, you would need to know additional information such as the height and weight, what was consumed, when was consumed, correct?
When was consumed, when that person perhaps stopped drinking. But yes, I agree with you. There's other information that I would need.
Now, your lab also did a test on the blood samples to determine if there were any drugs present, correct?
Correct.
when were those tests done to determine if there were any drugs?
May I refer back to the report?
Yes, please.
Thank you. We perform multiple tests on this particular sample for drugs, and our testing in toxicology occurred between November 30th, 2020 and January 15th, 2021.
So the tests that were conducted were 2 to 4 months after the sample was taken, correct?
Correct.
Now, the results showed the levels of substances for Ms. Grossman. They showed the presence of substances, correct?
That's correct.
Your test results did not determine the amount of any substance, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, your test just shows the presence of a substance, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you said that diazepam was a substance that was present, correct?
The metabolite of diazepam, which is the nordiazepam, yes.
Okay, and you said that that's commonly associated with Valium, correct?
That's correct.
And Valium is a prescription medication, correct?
Correct.
Are there other sources of that would create the metabolite diazepam?
Nordiazepam?
Yes, sorry.
This is kind of a tricky drug because nordiazepam can be a metabolite of diazepam. That is most commonly what we see. However, in certain instances, nordiazepam can be prescribed as a drug on its own. So not as a metabolite, but as the actual active compound of the drug that you're taking.
And other than a drug, are there any other substances such as food or liquid that could create a positive result for that substance?
No,
And the presence of the substance, you have no way of knowing when somebody consumed that substance, correct?
that's correct.
And these substances, the doradiazepam, those can remain in someone's system for days after they are taken, correct?
That's possible.
And so the presence of the substance, you have no way to know when that was consumed, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no way to know how much was consumed, correct?
That's correct.
And these tests will show trace amounts of the substance, correct?
Well, we do have certain cutoff levels for this particular test. So it wouldn't show anything below that. Anything below that cutoff level, we would have reported as not detected.
And what is the cutoff level?
The cutoff level for nordiazepam is 50 nanograms per milliliter.
And since you have no way to know when somebody took the substance, you have no way to determine if at the time of the blood draw, someone would have been experiencing any effects of the substance, correct?
Not based on the presence alone. That's correct.
And the presence alone, you have no indication of when the substance would have been last taken, correct?
That's correct.
And if you wanted to, you could have done a test to determine the amounts of these substances, correct?
That's correct.
And no test was done to determine the amount of these substances that were found in the blood, correct?
For the fluoxetine and norfluoxetine, that's correct.
Okay. In this work that you did in this case, you did not personally undertake to determine whether the alcohol or substances that were present in Ms. Grossman's blood that were tested caused her to be impaired at the time of the accident on September 29th, 2020. True?
That's correct.
And you did not review the video of the sobriety test in the field of Ms. Grossman, correct?
I did not.
And you have not reviewed any reports of any observations that were made of Ms. Grossman on the night of this accident, true?
That's true.
That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions.
Ms. Adiva, the fact that these test results were performed 2 months after the sample was taken, does that matter at all in the accuracy of the results?
It could have some effect on the results, yes.
What would be that effect?
As has already been mentioned, I'm not aware of how these samples were stored during that time. I don't know what has happened, but there are higher instances of sample instability with both the alcohol and some of the drugs with the longer amount of time that has elapsed. So essentially, because a longer time has elapsed since we tested it versus when the sample was actually taken, there could be some variation that occurred between that time.
Did you see any evidence upon receipt of the blood samples from the LA County lab that the samples were in any way compromised or unable to be reliably tested?
Not that I witnessed.
And do you have full confidence that the results of these blood samples were reliable and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to take the break now. So we'll take our morning break. Do not talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, and we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes.
Westlake Village, California,
How long have you lived there?
13 years.
How familiar are you with the intersection of Triunfo Canyon Road and Saddle Mountain Drive?
Quite familiar.
And why?
I run and ride there on a regular basis.
About how many times a month would you say you're within that area of that intersection?
At least 12.
Prior to September 29th, 2020, had you ever ridden your bike through that intersection?
Yes.
And prior to that date, would you ever drive your car through that intersection?
Yes.
And fair to say that prior to September 2020, you've done both those things quite a bit.
Yes.
Fair to say that you're well familiar with that intersection.
Yes.
Let's go to September 29th, 2020. Did you work that day?
Yes.
And do you remember about what time you got off of work?
Approximately 5:30.
What'd you do after that when you got off work?
I went for a ride
And where did you ride?
from home around the lake,
And when you say the lake, are you referring to Westlake?
Westlake.
And when you say you went for a ride, on what?
Bicycle.
About what time did you start your bike ride that evening?
Approximately 6:25 p.m.
And where did you start that ride?
A location called The Landing in Westlake.
Is that on Lindero Canyon Road?
Yes.
All right, let's publish 179-1. And Mr. Morganson, can you see 179-1?
Yes.
All right, and this was an exhibit used before you got here, but the vicinity of the landing that you just identified, can you see it on this map?
Yes.
All right, and can you, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Morganson, can you just direct me to the general vicinity? I got my pointer here, about where the landing that you described, where that was.
It's straight up, right in that area there.
Where I'm pointing right here?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
parking lot. Yes.
Okay. And so to get to this zoom out. To get to this location in the landing, did you ride your bike there or did you drive your car there?
I rode my bike there.
Okay, so going back to that ride, can you describe the ride that you did?
Went from home and then went down Glastonbury Road, which is my road, turned right onto Triunfo, all the way to Lindero Canyon, turned to left, and then headed to the landing. Met a friend at the landing, and then turned and went back down Lindero towards Triunfo and did two what we call lake loops. So it was Lindero Canyon to Triunfo Canyon to Agora Road, right-hand turn to, Triunfo Canyon to Westlake Boulevard, to Agora Road, right turn back to Lindero, and did that twice.
And do you remember the weather on that date?
It was nice, calm.
And at the time of your ride, were you wearing any earbuds or listening to music at all?
No,
Were you using your cell phone in any way?
no.
At some point in time during your ride, did something catch your attention relating to vehicles?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you about what caught your attention, but where were you when something caught your attention relating to vehicles?
I was on Lindero Canyon, just crossing over Lakeview Canyon, finishing off my ride.
So at the time something caught your attention, had you actually stopped riding your bike?
No, I was still riding.
All right. About how fast were you riding at that point once something caught your attention?
Approximately 15 miles an hour.
And so what was it that caught your attention?
Loud noise of cars coming very quickly behind me,
So,
or vehicles.
oh, I'm sorry. It sounds like you heard something before you
I
saw
heard
something.
something. Yes.
And what was the sound that you heard first that caught your attention?
Like cars racing.
Can you describe the sounds that you heard that caused you to believe that?
Acceleration, a roaring sound, like pedal to the metal, just high rate of speed sound. I don't know how else to describe it.
What did you do when you heard that sound?
We were turning right into the landing as that happened, and as we turned right, they went by us.
And when you say they went by us, what did you see that you associated with that sound and noise that you described?
3 vehicles.
Can you describe the vehicles?
Two dark colored sedans in the front or in the lead, side by side, and a white SUV behind those 2 dark colored sedans. That's what I saw.
And can you give us any estimate of about how fast you thought these vehicles were going?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you personally observe these vehicles drive past you?
Yes.
And was there anything blocking your view of the vehicles that you described going past you?
No.
Based on your own personal observation, can you give us an estimate of the speeds of those vehicles as they passed?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Overlook.
80 to 100 miles an hour would be an estimate.
And when these vehicles passed you, was there any type of physical sensation that you experienced?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
That's how I knew they were going so quickly. As we turned right into the landing, it was almost I use the word vortex of wind as they passed by us. It kind of threw us into the driveway. That's what I had experienced when they went by me.
And when these vehicles passed you, as you personally observed them, what did you see, if anything, as it relates to the vehicles interacting with each other?
The 2 dark colored sedans stayed together side by side, and the white SUV behind was trying to pass them and was swerving, driving recklessly into the bike lane to the right, trying to pass, but never did pass. Did that a couple of times before they disappeared out of my view.
And about how much time passed from when you put your eyes on the cars until they left your field of view?
It wasn't very long at all, maybe 5 seconds.
And
Again,
then
estimate.
That's your best estimate?
Yeah.
Okay. And so those vehicles, that group of vehicles, as far as you know, as you could see them, were driving down Lindero Canyon Road?
Yes.
All right. And you told us at some point in time you lost sight of those vehicles.
Yes.
So do you know where those vehicles went after you lost sight of them?
No.
And was there at any point in time, so once you lost sight of those vehicles, do you know whether any other vehicles joined in that group that you personally observed?
No.
So once those vehicles lost sight of them, what do you remember doing next?
Talking to my friend about how incredibly fast they were driving. And thank goodness that we had just turned right into the landing.
And did you at some point decide to go home?
Yes.
And once you left the location, the area of the landing, can you describe the route you took to ride home?
Down Lindero Canyon to Triumphal Canyon, right-hand turn, back home.
And so you turned right from Lindero onto Triunfo, and you're riding on Triunfo. You're approaching Saddle Mountain Drive. Does anything catch your attention as you're riding towards that intersection?
Yes.
What's the, let's strike that, we'll draw it quick. What's the first thing that you noticed?
As I'm approaching that corner, getting ready to turn right, I hear sirens, heard a helicopter, saw a police officer who directed me to go across the street immediately. So I got off my bike, walked over the island onto the opposite side of Triumphal Canyon, and proceeded home.
Where you first observed what you just described, where were you as it relates to, like, how far away were you from the actual intersection of Triunfo and Saddle Mountain Drive?
Well, there's 2 lanes, an island, and 2 more lanes, and I was on the sidewalk across from them. So whatever distance that would be, 25 or 30 feet.
Okay, so you were at the actual intersection.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you give us an estimate of about how much time passed from when you were still near the landing on Lindero until you got to the intersection of Saddle Mountain and Triunfo?
Approximately 10 to 15 minutes.
When you were at the actual intersection itself, about how much time did you spend there?
Not much time. I didn't want to. I wanted the professionals to handle whatever was going on. So I was maybe there for maybe a minute or 2, and then proceeded to head further up on Triunfo.
Did you see, the reaction of who you believe to be a mom or a parent to any of the children who you personally observed at the intersection?
When I got to that location, I heard a woman screaming, and I've never heard a sound like that before.
Can you tell us what you heard?
Just a blood-curdling scream from someone. Didn't know who or what had happened, and it didn't stop. It was pretty awful.
And at some point, you told us you decided to leave the intersection and proceed riding home.
Yes,
And to proceed riding home, once you left the intersection, did you continue riding past the intersection on Triumphal Canyon Road?
yes.
As you were doing that, did you notice a second group of people?
Yes.
Describe that.
As I was heading home after the crosswalk or the intersection that you're describing, I saw a paramedic as I'm riding home, running up to another location further up, and there was a smaller group of people there attending to something, and that's where I stopped again.
Other than what you've already described for us, do you remember observing anything else at that location?
Utter chaos, attending to someone or something, yeah, but nothing in particular. Nothing in particular.
And then you resumed your ride home?
Before I did that, I called my friend and said, "You're not going to believe what I've seen. Do you remember those cars that went by us?" And he said, "Yes." I said, "Well, something really bad has happened."
All right. And then you, after that, you continued on your ride home.
Yes.
What did you see next that caught your attention?
Before I got to Glastonbury, on Triumpho, I saw a police vehicle and a white SUV across the street.
What was going on at that location?
They were both just parked there. And it just took me aback. I'm like, that looks like the same vehicle that I saw earlier. So I stopped and I looked at the car. I looked at the police vehicle to see if I saw anyone. I didn't see anybody. And then I rode home.
Was that one of the cars that you saw earlier when you were over at the landing?
Pretty certain it's one of the cars, yes.
All right. Let's publish Exhibit 146-1. Can you see this photograph on your screen, Mr. Morgeson?
Yes.
All right, let's go to 146-4. 146-5. And 146-6. All right. Mr. Morgeson, in looking at these photographs, do they fairly and accurately depict the vehicle as you personally observed it on the date of the crash?
I didn't see the vehicle in those perspectives. I saw the vehicle from a side view.
In looking at these photographs, did they appear to be the vehicle that you personally observed at the scene that you described to us?
Pretty certain, yes.
At that location where you saw the white SUV that was stopped adjacent to the police vehicle, can you give us an estimate of about how far away it was from the intersection of Saddle Mountain and Triumpho?
3/4 of a mile, approximately.
Did you ever report what you personally observed to law enforcement?
Yes,
And did they take down your statement and your information?
yes,
And were you later interviewed by law enforcement?
yes.
With respect to the signage on Triumpho Canyon Road approaching Saddle Mountain Drive, let's publish Exhibit 148. Okay. Sir, can you see this image on your screen?
Yes,
And this is 148-1. Do you recognize this to be Triumpho Canyon Road? The right-hand side that's closest to the tennis courts and the lakeside?
yes,
And is this Triumpho Canyon Road, is this part of Triumpho that you personally rode up on September 29th, 2020?
yes,
And do you see the stop or speed limit sign there?
yes,
And when you rode by it on the date of the crash, was that speed limit sign there?
yes,
And was it 45 miles per hour then?
yes,
Was there anything blocking your view of that speed limit sign?
no,
All right, let's go to 148-2. Can you see this image, Mr. Morgeson?
yes,
All right, and would you agree this is now just a little bit closer on Triumpho to Saddle Mountain Drive?
yes,
Do you see the pedestrian crossing stencils in the roadway and the 2 pedestrian crossing signs?
yes,
Were those there on September 29th, 2020?
yes.
Did you see them when you rode by them?
I wasn't looking at them, so I wasn't paying attention to them, but I know they exist and they're there.
Let's go to 148-3. All right. Do you see this image, sir?
Yes,
And this is, would you agree this is Triumpho close to the intersection of Saddle Mountain Drive?
yes,
Do you see the 2 pedestrian crossing signs in the roadway there?
yes,
Were those there on the date of the crash?
yes, I believe so.
All right. And were they visible to you as you rode to the intersection and through the intersection?
Once again, I wasn't looking for them, but I know they are there.
in all the years prior to September 29th, 2020, whether you've been on a bike or in a car, have you personally observed all of the signs that we just looked at before?
Yes, definitely.
Have you ever, in all the years that you've driven your car through this intersection, did you ever have any challenges seeing pedestrians crossing that intersection?
No,
Do you have any troubles or difficulties seeing the marked crosswalk at this intersection?
no,
Do you ever have any close calls with when you were driving a vehicle with pedestrians who were walking in this marked crosswalk?
no.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Ms. Morganson.
Good morning.
You and I haven't met before, correct?
Correct.
We haven't talked about this case at all, correct?
Not at all.
So you testified you saw these 3 cars when you were at the landing, correct?
Yes,
And prior to getting to the landing, you had been on Lakeview, is that correct?
I was on Ladero.
Ladero had gone through the intersection of Lakeview and Ladero?
Yes,
And how much time did it take you to get from the intersection of Lakeview and Ladero to the landing?
5 seconds, a few seconds. Yeah.
And when you went through the intersection of Lakeview and Ladero, did you hear any cars that were revving their engines?
As I went past the intersection, I heard cars coming. I heard engines, loud engine sounds. Yes.
Right, but as you were at the intersection and there was cars that were stopped waiting for lights, correct?
I don't recall. There were cars waiting for lights to change.
Okay, and so you, as you go through the Lakeview and Ladero intersection,
Mhm.
you don't recall any stopped cars with their engines revving, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I'd like to put up Exhibit 171-1. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Do you have that on your monitor, sir?
Yes.
And this is you recognize this as a Google Earth map of the Ladero and Triumphal Canyon Road?
Yes.
And up here on the right portion, that's Ladero, or that's the landing area where you were?
Yes.
Okay, and then this blue line, that's the route you would have taken from Ladero to Triumphal to the intersection of Saddle Mountain?
Yes.
Okay. And you see over here on the left side, that the measurement of this, that's 0.9 miles from the landing to Saddle Mountain and Triumphal Canyon Road?
Yes.
Okay, when Mr. Owen was asking you questions, I believe you told him that you saw 2 dark-colored vehicles and a white SUV behind them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Morganson, in this case, you recall you gave a deposition in this case.
Yes.
All right, and do you recall that deposition took place on April 6, 2022?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that your memory of this events were better 4 years ago than they are now?
I would say the same.
Your Honor, I would like to read from Mr. Morganson's deposition, page 30, lines 6 through 10.
Proceed.
Question. Okay, you earlier, and please correct me if I heard incorrectly. I thought you said you saw 2 light-colored cars and then a white SUV behind trying to pass on the right. Is that correct? Answer, that's correct. Yeah. The three cars that you saw past you, there was not a dark colored vehicle, correct?
No, two dark colored sedans, and behind that was a white SUV.
So push the microphone just a little away from you. Push it. Okay. Good.
Your Honor, I would like to read from Mr. Morganson's deposition, page 74, line 13 through 18.
See,
Question. The two sedans that you referred to on Lindero that you couldn't say exactly what color other than light color or white, certainly not black, correct? Answer, correct. Question. And certainly not a dark color, correct? Correct. Mr. Morganson, isn't it true you did not see any black vehicles on Lindero Road?
No,
My statement's not true?
no.
Your Honor, I would like to read from Mr. Morganson's April 6, 2022 deposition, page 81, lines 5 through 14.
proceed.
Question. You did not see any black vehicles at all amongst the vehicles you saw driving at a high rate of speed on Lindero, correct? Answer, correct. Question. No black vehicles all the way in front that you could see of those three vehicles, true? Answer, true. Question. And all the way behind those three vehicles that you saw, true? Answer, true. Okay. The two light-colored sedans that you saw were in front of the SUV side by side in the lane, correct?
Yes,
And you did not see the white SUV pass the two sedans at any point, correct?
correct. Excuse me, correct.
And at most, you saw these three vehicles for 5 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You could not see inside the vehicles, correct?
Correct.
You could not tell who was driving any of these three vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And you do not have any personal knowledge that any vehicle you witnessed was engaged in any type of racing, true?
Correct.
And any testimony you give about racing, you're speculating, correct?
Correct.
You did not see the accident at Triunfo and Saddleback Mountain, correct?
Correct.
These three vehicles that you saw, you never saw them on Triunfo Road driving, correct?
Correct. Not driving.
And the last time you saw these three cars, You were 0.9 miles away from the intersection, correct?
Correct.
And after you saw those three vehicles, you have no idea what route they took, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you don't even know if those three vehicles went on Triumpho, true?
Correct.
You didn't hear any sounds that would indicate there was an accident, correct?
No sounds. Correct.
And the first time you became aware of any accident is when you got to the intersection of Triumpho and Saddle Mountain about 10 to 15 minutes after you last saw those three vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't speak with anyone while you were at the scene of the accident, correct?
Correct.
And you saw that by the time you got to that intersection, there was police cars, correct?
Yes.
Ambulances, correct?
Fire department. Yes.
Several trucks, and it was a chaotic scene by the time you got there, correct?
Yes. Mhm.
And you saw a white SUV up the road, correct?
Yes.
And that SUV had a police car parked next to it with its lights on, correct?
It was behind it. I don't think its lights were on, but I don't recall.
But it had a police vehicle parked right next to it, correct?
Yeah, right behind it.
And you didn't see the front of that SUV, correct?
I saw a side view. That's correct.
And prior to the accident taking place, you have no idea what cars traveled on Triumphant Road, true?
Correct.
And at the time of this accident, you have no idea how many cars went through that intersection in the moments before the accident, true?
True.
And you have no idea how many cars went through that intersection in the moments after the intersection, true?
True.
All right. Last area. You were interviewed by the police on October 1, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And that was a telephone call, correct?
Yes.
And you told the police officer the time you saw the three vehicles when you were at the landing was around 1920-ish, which is 7:20, correct?
Yes, that was an estimate. Yes.
Okay. And
Correct.
so your estimate was that you saw those three vehicles at 7:20 p.m.?
7:15 to 7:20.
So your estimate is that
There's
you
a
saw
range.
those three vehicles when you were at the landing between 7:15 and 7:20 p.m., correct?
Correct. An estimate. Correct.
You also gave the police officer an estimate of the speed of the vehicles that you saw, correct?
Correct.
But the speed you provided the officer is just an estimate of the vehicles going fast. You don't really know the speed, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you.
Good morning, Mr. Morgeson. I
Morning.
just have a few questions for you. After the questioning that you've had this morning, are you confident now, sir, that when you gave your deposition in 2022, you identified two light-colored sedans in front of a white SUV?
I did say that.
Okay.
Yes. Correct. I did say that.
And is it true, sir, that during the time that you saw these three vehicles on Lindero Canyon Road, you actually saw the white SUV trying to get around or in front of the two light-colored sedans traveling in front of that SUV?
Yes.
Okay, and am I correct that when that white SUV was trying to get around the light colored sedans, it actually even moved into the bike lane a little bit? You saw that?
Yes,
Okay, and that's memorable to you?
yes,
And after having portions of your deposition read back to you, sir, you would agree with me that none of the vehicles that you saw that evening and that you spoke about in your deposition or to the police were a dark or black SUV, correct?
no.
I'm not correct?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Do you recall being read a portion of your testimony where you stated none of them were dark?
Yes,
Okay. And when you saw the vehicle on the side of the road with a police car near it as you were headed home, did that white SUV appear to be to you the same SUV you saw on the street just a few moments before?
it appeared to be.
Am I correct, sir, that you actually contacted the police after, I think it was the following day?
I contacted them a day after or 2 days after, I don't recall.
You went home from your bike ride and you spoke to your girlfriend of many years about what you'd seen, correct?
I did.
And thinking about it and speaking about it with her, the two of you felt it would be appropriate for you to reach out to the police to tell them what you saw.
Yes,
All right, and you made that approach to the police either the day after or 2 days after the incident, correct?
yes,
And you told them, strike that, there was an interview of you, correct, by the police?
just the phone
A phone interview.
interview, yeah.
All right.
I
and you
called them,
told-
they called me back.
Okay, and in that phone interview, you've told them what you've told us today.
Yes,
I know that you travel this area frequently. And I think that you've previously stated that the day after or some portion after the incident, you were on Triumphal Canyon Road and you saw the memorial and the flowers that were being left, correct?
yes,
I want to ask you, sir, at any time since the incident, have you made it a point to follow on social media any of the posts about either the accident or the family of the children that passed that day?
no,
During your time, strike that, since the incident, sir, have you had conversations with any of the attorneys here?
I spoke to Andrew 2 days ago and yesterday,
2 days ago and yesterday?
correct.
In preparation for your testimony today?
Find out where to go and did I receive the documents, the deposition that you've read back to me, a couple of you read back to me?
Okay.
Yes,
All right. Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
When you and I had conversations, what did I tell you to say?
tell the truth,
You were shown your deposition testimony where you identified two light colored cars. Were you wrong in your deposition?
yes,
You made a mistake?
yes,
Had you, prior to giving your deposition in this case, did you give sworn testimony in another matter?
yes,
And how did you identify those two vehicles at that time?
dark colored sedans,
Is there any doubt in your mind that they were dark, those two vehicles?
no,
Do you recall about when you gave that testimony in the other matter?
a year and a half ago,
All right. You were asked questions to the effect of, well, you don't know what was in the mind of the people that you saw driving. Is that right?
correct,
All right. And you're not clairvoyant, are you?
no,
What you personally observed, we'll strike that, in all the years that you've lived in that area, what you personally observed and what you told us about today, did that seem like normal, safe driving behavior to you?
no,
What was your reaction when you saw those vehicles racing by you as you described them?
I told my friend, and I shouldn't have said it, but I said, they're going to kill somebody.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Any questions from the jury?
Your Honor, I have a follow-up. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Mr. Morgeson, when you gave your deposition on April 6, 2022, you understand you were under oath, correct?
Yes,
The same as you're here today testifying, correct?
yes,
And at no point in time did you make any changes to your deposition transcript, correct?
correct,
And you reviewed it, correct?
correct.
Thank you, sir.
This one follows.
Mr. Morgeson, you are sure the white vehicle that you saw that day was an SUV, correct?
Yes,
And you are sure that the two sedans that were behind that SUV were sedans, they were not SUVs?
I thought they were sedans. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, one last question.
I have all these lawyer jokes, but go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. The time that you gave testimony in the other matter, was that sworn testimony under oath?
Yes,
And at that testimony, that's when you identified the two dark vehicles?
yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Your Honor, we're going to play the Alexis Grossman video.
Judge, we have an issue to address with the court on that.
All right, I'll see counsel at sidebar. members of the jury, you've seen throughout the trial that there periodically references to the written transcript from depositions where the witnesses have sworn to tell the truth. There's a court reporter there, the lawyer's there for all the parties, and the witnesses are examined. In addition to the written transcript, there are also sometimes videotape of those depositions. After the court rules on evidentiary matters related to the deposition testimony, excerpts of the deposition are then sort of called together and can be presented to you. And that's what is about to happen. So even though I'll say call your next witness, it'll be by videotape. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the plaintiff's call Alexis Grossman.
No reporter, we haven't discussed that.
All right, stipulate to relieve the court reporter of having to transcribe what's already been transcribed.
Yes.
Mr. Braun?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm not touching anything.
Good afternoon, Ms. Grossman.
Hello,
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Alexis Rachel Grossman.
All right, I want to go back to the evening of September 29th, 2020, the day of the fatal collision we're going to talk about. Are you prepared to do that?
Yeah.
All right, and on that evening, you were at the Bowsprit house.
Yes,
That address was 3816 Bowsprit in Westlake Village.
yes,
And you were staying there at that time with your mom, Rebecca Grossman.
not full time, no.
Just on occasion.
Yeah.
I think I recall hearing it described as sort of like a getaway house.
It was a house that we were flipping, and it was close to my school, and so would stay there sometimes.
Okay. And I know what you mean, but just for the record, flipping, in other words, your parents purchased it, maybe did some upgrades with the intention of selling it.
Yes,
And eventually they did sell it.
yes,
And as far as you know, assuming there was no incident, your mom would have, on the night of, your mom would have come back to the Bowsprit home.
yes,
And at that point in time, she was of your parents, your mom and your dad, she was the only parent who would have been at the house on that date.
it's possible that my dad could have come. He, came and went as he pleased. It was, his house too, but I only knew that my mom would be going there that night.
Okay. And at the time of the crash, you were 16,
Yes,
and you ordered pizza from Postmates that night.
yes,
Your Postmates driver called you and said that one of the streets that he or she was trying to drive down to deliver it was closed.
yes,
And so the Postmates driver asked you to meet her,
yes,
and you got in your vehicle and you drove to meet her,
yes,
and you ordered pizza from Postmates that night.
yes,
Your Postmates driver called you and said that one of the streets that he or she was trying to drive down to deliver it was closed.
yes,
And so the Postmates driver asked you to meet her,
yes,
and you got in your vehicle and you drove to meet her.
yes,
And Ms. Grossman, I'll represent to you that what I did, I just typed in the address of the Bowsprit home and on Google Earth. And I got this this Google Earth aerial map. Let me show it to you. Okay, do you see where the red pin is?
Yes.
Does that look like the general location of the bowsprit house?
Yes.
So in other words, do you think down in this area?
Probably somewhere around there.
Okay, so, and again, I'm not making you, swear this is the exact location, but let me just make it a different color just for no color. Let's do yellow. Okay. So with respect to, do you see where I put the yellow circle?
Yes.
Is that a rough approximation of where you recall seeing your mom's vehicle and the police vehicle?
Yes.
Ms. Grossman, when you saw the police vehicle in your mom's car, you stopped your vehicle and you got out.
Yes.
About how far away was your vehicle from your mom's vehicle?
I don't recall, but I know that it was pretty close.
Because you were able to go over to it, either walk or run over to it.
Yes.
Do you see the yellow circle on the map?
Yes.
Okay. Is that general location where your vehicle was when you stopped it and got out and saw your mom's vehicle? Or is the yellow circle where the approximate location of where you recall your mom's vehicle was stopped?
The yellow circle would be where my vehicle was stopped because it's on that side road. My mom's car would have been on Triumphal Canyon, but same general area.
And so you were able to get out of your vehicle and walk or run over towards the direction of your mom's vehicle, but ultimately you were stopped by one of the deputy sheriffs?
Yes,
Do you remember, was it a man or a woman?
it was a man.
Do you recall that deputy's name?
At the time, I did not know who he was, but I later on found out that it was Officer Mejia.
And do you recall the interaction that you had with Officer Mejia at that point in time?
I can remember some of it. I remember seeing my mom's car and all the police cars. And then I remember stopping my car, getting out and running towards her, and her car. And I remember like yelling and screaming. I was just screaming, "Mommy, mommy, mommy." And that's when, I'm not sure exactly where. I don't remember if I was still on the street or if I was on the ground between the two streets, but that's when Officer Mejia stopped me. And I remember saying, that's my mom, I need to talk to her. And he said, and I don't recall his exact words, but he said to me, you can't talk to her right now, something along the lines of, there's been an accident. You need to go home and call your dad. I don't remember exactly what he said, but.
Okay. And at that point in time, you had no idea what had occurred, is that correct?
Correct.
All you saw was your mom and a police vehicle, and your instinct was to stop the car, get out, and run over to her.
Yes.
When you were at the scene, do you recall interacting with any other law enforcement?
No, not that I can recall.
And with respect to when you spotted your mom's vehicle, was that the white Mercedes SUV?
Yes.
Now, once you had your interaction with who you learned later was Deputy Mejia, What do you remember happening next?
Well, during the time I was speaking to Officer Mejia, I was, obviously I was very confused and frantic. So I was looking around a lot. And during that time, I had spotted Scott Erickson hiding behind a tree, looking out over towards Mom and me. But I didn't say anything because I was focused on everything that was going on with my mom. And then Officer Mejia told me to go home and call my dad. And so that's when I drove home to the bowsprit house.
Okay. And during the time that you were at the scene, did you ever get a chance to actually talk with your mom?
No.
You had mentioned that when you were at the scene, you saw Scott Erickson, who appeared to you to be hiding in, some bushes or trees.
Yes.
And I take it on that day, you knew of the person of Scott Erickson. Is that correct?
Yes.
At that time, what was your understanding of who he was?
At that time, I thought he was my mom's friend.
All right. And when you spotted Scott Erickson, as you described it, what was he doing as far as you could see?
Well, I could see him, the trees that line up next to the walls of the homes. I could see him in between that wall with ivy on it, or they looked like bushes at the time, and between these really big trees. And I could see him. I could only see his face. I could recognize his face, but I couldn't see his body because his head was poking out, like as if he was hiding.
Right. And I believe you told us that, that's something that you noticed, but at that time you didn't point him out to anyone.
Correct.
So let me go to the first page. Can you see it on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And in looking at this, image, does it look familiar to you?
Yeah.
And can you, let me show the next image, which is D1151. And does D1151 look familiar to you?
Yes.
And with respect to D1151, do you see there's a marking on it?
Yes.
Did you do that?
I don't remember.
Do you recall and I'll describe the marking. I'll characterize it just as I observe it. It looks like it was done with a black pen as the shape of an X. And looking at it and with my characterization, do you recall what that marking was intended to identify or describe?
I don't know.
All right. But with respect to these two images, first, do they generally look to be the same location?
Yes.
And in looking at these images, what do they depict to you?
That seems to be that's the general area. I'm not exactly sure where I stopped my car, but that is the general area where I stopped my car when I saw my mom.
And do either of these images depict the general location of where you recall seeing Scott Erickson?
Yes.
Ms. Grossman, can you see page 2 of this exhibit D1151 on your screen?
Yes.
And looking at it, does it depict the general location of where you saw Scott Erickson the night that you were at the scene?
Yes.
And then can you, using the same methodology, depicting or telling me where to go with my cursor, can you locate the general location of where you saw Scott Erickson?
Yes.
So can you tell me where to go with my cursor?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Behind the farthest tree. So like a little, that tree.
Okay. And
That's
so,
where, all right, sorry.
that's right. So here, let me. Okay. Ms. Grossman, do you see where I put a red oval?
Yes,
All right. And again, we're not being scientifically accurate, but does this generally depict where you saw Scott Erickson when you were at the scene the night of the incident?
yes,
Ms. Grossman, do you see where I put a red oval?
yes,
All right. And again, we're not being scientifically accurate, but does this generally depict where you saw Scott Erickson when you were at the scene the night of the incident?
yes.
Okay. Let me go back to Exhibit 1, that aerial overview. Let me share my screen. Okay, Ms. Grossman, what I've done is on page 2 of this exhibit, I'll represent to you, I used the same methodology that I used to create page 1 of this exhibit. I went to Google Earth and went to Google Street View, and I tried to get the same general location as we did here with the Exhibit 2, the Scott Erickson exhibits. So in looking at page 2 of Exhibit 1, does this appear to be the generally the same location we just looked at?
Yes,
Okay. And then I did a split screen where I did a blue circle around the general location of the bowsprit home. And then this is the point of view of where the image above was taken with the orange man or woman, who knows, with the red circle around it. Do you see that?
yes,
All right. With respect to the general location of where that red circle is, as it's depicted in the half image above, would you agree that it is the general location of where you saw Scott Erickson standing when you were at the scene the night of the incident?
to clarify, you mean just in this image, like this is the general area?
Yes.
Yes,
And I'm not saying he's specifically in this image that's above on page 2. We've got the general location from Exhibit 2 that I've republished back to the screen. I'm just trying to triangulate the location, the general location of where Scott Erickson was in relationship to the scene and in relationship to the blue circle where the bowsprit home is. Does that make sense?
yes,
Okay. All right. When you saw Scott Erickson at the scene, did you notice whether he was holding a cell phone or using a cell phone?
I don't remember.
Did you ever hear him attempt to say anything or communicate with your mom?
No, not that I remember.
And as far as you know, the entire time that you were at the scene, did you ever hear Scott Erickson say anything at that time?
No,
And then how about when you were still at the scene and before you drove back to Bowsprit, did you text or email anyone?
no,
Okay, so then you left the scene and you drove back to the Bowsprit house.
yes,
When you got there and you got inside the house, is that when you called your dad?
I didn't call him immediately. but I don't remember the exact time of calling him.
Okay. And, but at some point you do recall calling him on his cell phone.
Yes.
What do you remember about that conversation?
I remember the reason why I didn't call him immediately was because I was having like a full, I have panic disorder. And so I was having like a really horrible panic attack. And so a lot of it's kind of like blurry from after that. But what I do remember is I called my dad and I said, I said to him, I asked him if he had gotten a call, because I didn't know how else to like phrase it. And he asked me what I was talking about. And I said, and I'm paraphrasing here, I don't know exactly what I said, but I said, Mom's been in an accident. I think she's going to jail. I don't know what to do. And then he told me, he just told me to come home.
At home, referring to the Jim Bridger house?
Yes.
When you first contacted your dad, did you believe, based on the interaction and the conversation that you described, that this was the first he was hearing of it?
Yes.
And during this first phone call that you had with your dad, during that call, did you mention at all seeing Scott Erickson at the scene?
No.
Have you told me everything you can remember about this initial call with your dad?
Yes.
Once that call ended and before you left the house, did you make any other phone calls?
Not that I can remember. No.
Did you ultimately leave the Bowsprit home that night and go to the Jim Bridger house?
Yes.
Okay. Before that time, and let's go back to you got your pizza, you had you saw your mom at the scene, you saw Scott Erickson, you drive back to Bowsprit, go inside, have the phone call with your dad. What do you remember happening next?
After I talked with my dad, I remember the door, like the front door. It's more of a side door, but it's the front door. I was in the living room, and I was trying to calm myself down so I could drive home. And I remember the front door kind of swinging open, and I remember Scott coming in, and he was like really, he was like all over the place and like very frantic and yelling. And he was saying, I don't remember exactly everything he said. I just remember him saying to me, because I was asking him, I was like, what happened? Like, what happened? Because I knew that we had made eye contact with each other when I had seen him there. So he obviously knew that I knew what had just happened, or not knew what happened. We knew that my mom was, surrounded by police cars. And he said to me, all I remember is like at the end of it, he said to me, don't tell anyone you saw me. Don't ever tell anyone you saw me. If you tell anyone you saw me, I'll ruin you and your family. And those are the only things I really remember, like, very clearly.
Okay. And when this interaction occurred, was it just the two of you in the house?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did Scott Erickson have a key to the house?
No, there was a code.
A door code?
Yes.
And this interaction between you and Scott Erickson, that occurred in the living room?
Yes.
And is that bowsprit home one story?
No.
And I take the living room's on the first floor?
Yes.
And I think you said that the door that Scott Erickson came through, it's on the side of the house, but that's considered the front door?
Yes.
No one's gonna have a perfect memory, okay? We're not gonna be critical of you. If sometimes we use documents to refresh your memory, all we can ask you to do is your best.
Yes.
All right. So, did you have any understanding of what Scott Erickson meant when he said, "Why did your mom stop? Why did your mom stop?"
No.
Do you recall anything else that he said to you during this interaction other than what we've already talked about?
No, not that I recall.
Any estimate of about how long this interaction lasted?
I don't know. I would be guessing.
And then once it ended, did he go somewhere?
I don't know.
Do you know if he stayed in the house?
He did not stay in the house. I watched him leave, but I don't know where he went.
Did you, okay, strike that. It sounds like the interaction ended and did he exit the same way he came in?
Yes.
Do you know if he got into a car to drive away, or did he walk away, or do you not know?
I do not know.
At any point in time that night, did you ever see Scott Erickson's vehicle that he was driving?
No.
Other than this interaction that you had with Scott Erickson in the living room at the Bowsprit home, the two of you ever encounter each other again?
After that?
Yes.
No.
I take it that once he left the Bowsprit home that night, neither of you encountered each other again?
No.
All right. Now, once he leaves, what do you remember doing next?
I don't remember exactly what happened between, if anything happened between him leaving and me driving home. The next thing I can remember is me driving home to the Jim Ritter home.
And during your interaction with Scott Erickson in the living room at the Bowsprit home, do you recall his demeanor, how he was presenting?
Yeah, as I can remember, he was very angry and frantic. He was kind of like all over the place, as I said earlier. And he smelled like alcohol. I could smell him like alcohol in his breath because he was yelling like at me almost. But yeah, and he looked scared as well.
Based on your interaction with him during this time, did he appear to be like he was, I believe you described it as he was freaking out?
Yes.
Could you give us an estimate of about how far away he was physically from you during this interaction?
I don't know. I know it was close enough that I could smell him.
With respect to the alcohol that you smelled on him, did Scott Erickson appear to you to be intoxicated?
Yes.
Let me lay a foundation. But before September 11th, 2020, had you ever seen someone who you believed was, drunk or intoxicated?
Yes.
And based on your experiences leading up to that night and your personal observation of Scott Erickson in the living room at the Bowsprit home and everything that you described in that interaction, do you believe, based on all of that, that Scott Erickson was intoxicated?
Same
Yes.
objections.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
The answer was yes.
All right. And how did this interaction with Scott Erickson make you feel at that time?
I was really scared. I felt threatened, as he threatened me, and I was confused. I was terrified, and there were a lot of like big emotions going on in my head. But I remember mostly feeling scared and intimidated by him.
And this interaction with Scott Erickson, was it after your phone call with your dad?
I believe so.
And then I think he told me, and I'll correct me if I mischaracterize it. I think he told me at some point then Scott Erickson leaves and then you leave and drive to the Jim Bridger house.
Yes.
Let me,
All right. Now break for lunch. Do not talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. See you back here at 1:30.
When you say that you don't remember how far you were standing away from the black X or the circle when you were talking to the police officer, could it have been 50 feet?
I really don't know where I was standing.
It could have been as far as 100 feet?
I don't know.
Okay. And when you had parked your car, did you turn the engine off?
I don't remember.
Do you recall if you left your headlights on when you parked?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did Mr. Erickson, when you allegedly saw him, did he have a flashlight or anything of that sort?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. When you testified that on your way back from picking up the pizza from the Postmates delivery driver, that was when you saw the police cars, correct?
Yes.
Did you not see any activity, police activity, or anything on your way to the Postmates pickup?
Not that I remember. I probably did, but nothing that I took notice of because I didn't, really check it out or anything.
Okay. You said earlier that had the accident not happened, or there was your understanding that your mom was going to return to the house that evening. Is that correct?
Yes,
And where did you glean that information from?
because she told me.
She told you that?
Yeah.
When did she tell you that day?
Yeah,
She tell you that in person or over the phone?
I don't remember.
Do you recall what time of day, morning, afternoon, or evening you were told?
I don't remember.
Do you recall if your mother told you at any time on the date of the incident that she was meeting friends that evening for drinks or dinner?
I don't remember.
Do you recall if she told you she was meeting Scott Erickson that evening?
I don't remember her telling me that.
Do you recall if she told you she was going to be returning home to watch the debate that evening?
Yes, I do remember her telling me that.
Do you recall her telling you that she may have some guests with her?
I don't recall her telling me that.
At any time that day, the date of the incident, at any time prior to you stopping your vehicle on the street that is depicted in D1151, at any time prior to the time that you stopped your car on the street depicted in D1151, did your mother tell you that she would be bringing Scott Erickson home that evening?
Yes, I believe so. I think not when she originally told me that she'd be home for the debate, but she had told me that I to my best recollection, she did tell me that Scott would be coming to watch the debate at the house as well.
Did she tell you if anybody else other than Scott was going to be watching the debate?
Not that I recall.
Do you know if she made that call to you on her way home that evening or earlier that day?
I don't remember. I think it might have been earlier that day though.
On the date of the incident, at the time that you were stopped on the street in D1151, you already knew by that point that Mr. Erickson was going to be coming over to your home, correct?
Yes, from what I recall.
Okay. And you already knew that your mom was talking to the police and might be going to jail, correct?
At what time?
At the time you saw Mr. Erickson across the street.
Well, I think at that point I hadn't really registered that my mom was going to jail. I don't think that really registered until after I got back to the house.
Okay, so by the time you saw Mr. Erickson that evening, as you state across the street, you already knew that your mom was being detained by the police and an officer had already told you that she had had too much to drink that evening, correct?
Yes, I did not know she was being detained. She was not wearing handcuffs or anything. But I'd gathered that she would be arrested from the scene that I saw.
Okay, I think you used the word that she was being interrogated. You feel comfortable with that?
I think she said she was talking to the police. That's what the prior answer was.
Okay, we can move on from that. I think you've answered the question.
You told us that you were freaked out, true?
Yeah.
That you were starting to have a panic attack, true?
Yes.
You knew that Mr. Erickson was supposed to be coming over to your house that evening, correct?
Yes.
Why did you not approach Mr. Erickson across the street and ask him what had happened?
Because of the scene that I was just witnessing, I didn't think to go approach Scott when an officer was telling me that my mom had been in an accident and there was damage to her car and she was being interrogated by the police. Scott was like the last thing on my mind at that moment.
Can you remind me how long after, your estimate, how long after the date of the incident did you let either of your parents know that you had seen Scott Erickson that night?
Like I said earlier, I don't have really any estimate on when I told my parents that.
What I want to know is, at some point, you told your parents that you had seen Scott Erickson. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then when they told you not to mention that in your interview?
I mean, not that same day, but when I had gone and met with him before the interview, that's what he told me to.
So we know that your interview was on July 8th, 2021, and we know that the incident occurred in September of 2020. So it's like 10 months or so after is when you have your interview. Did it take you 10 months before you told your parents about Scott Erickson being there that evening?
No, it didn't take 10 months. I don't think, but I don't know the exact timeline of when I told them.
Did you tell them in any time in the 6 months after the incident, to the best of your recollection?
Maybe. I don't know.
What you know for sure is by the time you told them, they had you tell the attorney, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then that's why you didn't inform about any of what you've told us today?
Yes. The attorney told me not to, and also that because of what Scott said to me.
What do you mean because of what Scott said to you?
He said, don't tell anyone. If you tell anyone, will ruin you and your family. So him telling me not to say anything in the interview made me, if it wasn't, I'd already been threatened to not say anything.
Did you feel like it might be important to let them know you had been threatened by somebody?
I was like, still at that time, I was in such a state of shock for that first year. I kind of just, if like what the attorney told me to, what to say and what not to say, I listened because I didn't really have like a functioning person.
When you did ultimately tell your parents about seeing Mr. Erickson that evening, however many months after the incident it was, what specifically prompted you to do that day?
I don't know.
And prior to telling your parents that day, months after the accident, that Mr. Erickson was there that evening, according to you, you had never told anybody else that?
Yes, as I recall.
I'm correct, you had never told anybody else that?
As I remember, yeah.
Prior to seeing Mr. Erickson, as you say, across the street behind a tree, you had not seen him that entire evening. Is that true?
Yeah, prior to that, yes.
Okay. And at any time that evening, anytime, driving to Postmates pickup or back at the house, did you ever see Mr. Erickson's black Mercedes SUV that evening?
No, not that I can remember.
Okay. When we talked about the police officer that stopped you at the scene and didn't allow you to speak to your mom, I think you testified earlier that he told you that you needed to go home and call your dad. Is that right?
Yes.
Did he tell you that more than once?
Not that I remember now.
Okay. Did you ask him why when he said that?
Not that I recall.
Did you understand that a police officer was recommending that you go home and call your dad?
Yes.
Okay. And I think earlier you testified that you got home, went back to the house, and sometime later you contacted your dad. Am I right? Okay. I know you probably don't know the exact amount of time you waited to call your dad, but if you could provide me an estimate, sometime between 30 minutes to an hour later, 15, 20, whatever. If you've got an estimate, that would be helpful.
I really don't know. I was having an anxiety attack, so I don't remember how much time passed between the time I got home and called my dad.
Did you have your cell phone with you that evening?
Yes.
Did you attempt to call your dad from the scene of the incident?
No, not that I remember. I'm pretty sure I did not, though.
That's it.
Your Honor.
All right.
And Your Honor, just for the record, the exhibits that were published during the playing of Alexis Grossman's video deposition were 549 and 550. All right.
So for members of the jury, some of the exhibits that you see or hear reference to in a deposition might have different numbering than the numbers we're using in court. So what counsel just explained is that I'm not sure which one is 549 and which one is 550, but he'll explain it right now.
So 549, Your Honor, was an aerial overview of the location of a home and vehicles and to a lesser extent people. 550 was the Google Street View where the witness was indicating the location of certain things.
So 550 is the one with the circle where her car was located.
That was 549.
That's 549.
Yes.
And yeah, I got it. All right, next witness.
Your Honor, the plaintiffs call Yasemin F. Etikari.
We'll just get that.
Okay.
Please remain
Please
standing.
raise your right hand. Do you solemnly say the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got? Ms. Blatter.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. And if you can state and spell your name for the record.
Yasmin Etikari, Yasamin Eftekari.
Proceed.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Etikari. Thank you for being here. You understand this case concerns a collision that occurred on September 29th, 2020 at about 7:10 p.m.
Yes.
And have you been interviewed and deposed and asked a lot of questions about this particular collision?
Yes.
And you've testified in other matters and in this matter concerning this collision?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall the intersection where it
I'm sorry,
occurred?
move the microphone below your, no, just pull it down, yeah. Okay, good.
Do you recall the intersection where it occurred?
Yes.
What was it?
Triumpho Boulevard and I believe Westlake.
All right. This Triumpho Canyon Road and Saddle Mountain Drive sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm the worst at directions in the streets.
Understood, just do your best and all we could ask you to do. How familiar were you with that intersection at the time of the crash?
Very familiar. I drove on it constantly.
Do you live in the area?
I don't, but I had friends that lived on that street and I worked right around the corner.
And where do you live currently? Not your address, but what city do you live in?
Oak Park.
Okay. Is Oak Park close to Westlake?
Yes.
Okay. So whether you're going to work or see your friends, Triunfo Canyon and Saddle Mountain Drive was an intersection that you went through frequently.
Yes.
Let's go back to September 29th, 2020. Did you find yourself at some point on Triunfo Canyon Road heading towards Saddle Mountain Drive?
Yes.
Who were you with at that time?
I was with my friend Jake.
Jake Sands?
Yes.
Are you still friends with Jake today?
Yep.
All right. Were you both in a vehicle?
Yes, we were in my car.
Do you recall what car it was?
It was a QX50 Infinity.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Where was Jake Sands sitting?
He was in my passenger seat.
And do you recall what you were doing at the time, what your intended destination was?
I was going to a friend's going away party.
So you're on Triunfo Canyon and you're heading towards Saddle Mountain Drive. Does something catch your attention as you're driving?
Yes. Yeah. Headlights coming up behind me.
Was that what you noticed first?
Yes.
And at that location where you first noticed the headlights, there are 2 lanes of travel.
Yes.
So if we're using, 1 as the left lane and 2 as the right lane, the right lane being closest to like the tennis courts. When you saw those headlights, do you recall what lane you were in?
I believe I was in the number 2 lane.
Do you think pull the microphone, the whole box closer to you? Good.
Just so we could all hear.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's okay. Do you recall when you noticed the headlights, was it out of one of your mirrors or how did you see those headlights?
Yes, in my rear view.
And then what about the headlights caught your attention?
Just because there weren't many other cars, or there weren't any other cars on the road, so it was just me. So just the fact that there was another car coming up behind me, and they were also coming up very quickly, so that also caught my attention.
What happened after you saw those headlights?
I just kept driving, and sorry,
Sure. So you noticed the headlights,
Mhm.
and did you notice that the vehicles appeared to you to be approaching you quickly?
Yes,
Was it more than one vehicle?
yes, there were 2.
Did both of those vehicles pass you?
Yes,
And when they passed you, did you notice anything about their speed?
yeah, they were going very fast because they had to go around me to get back in the lane, pretty much.
And the 2 vehicles that passed you, what color were they?
First one was white, second one was black.
Do you recall what makes of cars they were?
I remember them being Mercedes.
And do you remember this specific, were they AMGs?
Yeah, they're AMG models.
And when those 2 vehicles passed you, and you told us about the speeds. Can you quantify the speeds in any way?
Around like 70, 75.
Do you remember?
At top speed, at least. Sorry.
That's okay. And in all of the times that you've been interviewed and you've given testimony in this matter and another matter, had you ever described the speeds when you're asked to assign a number to it? Have you ever described it as being a different number?
Yes. Yeah. In the beginning, I did say closer to 100.
And at this time, right now, your best testimony is your best estimate of the speed of those vehicles was around 70 to 75.
Yes.
All right. Now, once they passed you, those 2 Mercedes vehicles, what do you remember happening next?
There was a family in the intersection, or the crosswalk, I should say. And the white car struck 2 out of the 4 people and kept on driving.
So let's go back a little bit before we talk about the impact. When the two vehicles passed you, did at some point the black Mercedes SUV get in front of the white Mercedes SUV?
Well, technically they went around me. So I was in the right lane. They had to get in the same lane to go around. So then it was white one, black one. And then once they got in front of me, they were spaced out. They were using both lanes.
And when you say they were using both lanes, you were indicating with your hands a swerving motion. Can you describe what you mean by that?
Because since I was in the right lane and they were coming up behind me and there were two cars, one of them had to get, or I guess they both had to go around to get that. Or sorry, I'm not explaining this well.
It's all right. It's okay. Just take your time.
Like one of them had gone around my car and then gotten in front of my car. So back into the number 2 lane. And then honestly, I'm not sure if the other one stayed there or not.
Okay.
Like another lane.
And the one that got back into your lane, was that the black Mercedes SUV?
Honestly, I don't recall.
But regardless, you saw both the black and the white Mercedes AMG SUVs pass you at a high rate of speed.
Yes.
And did they appear to you to be swerving and driving aggressively on the roadway?
More aggressively than swerving, but yeah.
Would you describe what you personally observed as those vehicles racing each other?
Yes.
With respect to that particular location on Triumpho, do you know what the speed limit is?
I believe it's a 40, but I don't exactly know.
But is it a fair statement that the speed that the two vehicles were going at, it caught your attention?
Yes,
How about
definitely.
the sound? Did you hear any sound of the engines of those vehicles as they passed you?
I don't recall.
That area where the collision occurred, will you describe it as a popular area with pedestrians based on what you know?
Oh, yeah. Everyone's always around that area. You have the lake, the tennis courts, all the restaurants that are around the lake. So people tend to walk around there or go there all the time.
When the two vehicles passed you, did at any point in time you honk your horn?
I don't recall.
When the two vehicles passed you and they changed lanes, did they ever use their turn signals?
No, I don't think so.
Now, you told us earlier that you saw people, you saw an impact. But I want to talk about first the people that you saw. Where were they?
In the crosswalk.
And you're describing the crosswalk at Triumpho Canyon and Saddle Mountain Drive.
Yes.
How many people did you see?
4.
Can you describe them for us as best you can, the 4 people?
Adult, female, and then 3 younger children.
And the children, when you first saw them in your car, did you know whether they were, boys or girls, or did you just recognize them to be children?
Just children at that point, yeah.
Did you notice whether any of the children that you observed crossing in the crosswalk, whether they were riding anything?
Yeah, well, one of them had rollerblades on, and then the other one, I believe, had a skateboard.
You told us you saw an adult, and you believed, and you later learned was the mom.
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe the relationship to, in terms of where they were in the crosswalk to each other? Like who was in the lead?
Honestly, at this moment, I don't recall.
Did you see the mom walking with, or one of the children next to her?
Yes. Well, yeah, they were all pretty close to each other.
That's.
Yeah.
And then what about the two boys? Can you describe where they were in relationship to the mom and the other child?
It's actually very ambiguous as to which boys.
Oh, well, I'll rephrase. You saw one of the children walking next to the mom,
Yes.
okay. And there were two other boys or two other children?
Yes.
Where were those children in relationship to the mom and the smaller child?
Like distance wise, like how far are they
Yes.
from each other? Like about arm's distance length.
And you lifted up your arm, would you say 2.5, 3 feet?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is publish an exhibit. It's 145-2. All right. Ms. Etikari, can you see this exhibit on your screen?
Yes.
All right. And do you recognize this to be an aerial overview of Triumphal Canyon and Saddle Mountain Drive?
Yes,
And do you see the crosswalk there?
I do.
And is that the crosswalk that you saw the 4 people in just leading up to the impact that you described so far?
Yes.
And you see I've added a red arrow on there.
Yes.
Is that the direction of travel that the 4 people were walking from left to right?
Yes.
All right. Can you give us any estimate of about how much time passed from when you first saw the family in the crosswalk until you saw the impact?
About maybe like 10 to 15 seconds before.
And with respect to, well, let's talk about and step back and talk about the impact that you did see. All right. With respect to the black Mercedes SUV, did you see that vehicle hit any of the people in the crosswalk?
No.
Did you see whether that vehicle came close to hitting any of the 4 people in the crosswalk?
Well, yes, because they were driving very close to each other. So I'd say yes.
Can you give any estimate of distance in terms of the black SUV, how close a call it was between that vehicle and any of the people on the roadway?
It's a big and ambiguous speculation and foundation.
Over.
I don't, not exactly, but I mean, if they're in the same lane next to each other, it's not that much distance between the cars.
Did you see the mother and the smaller child react at all to the black SUV?
No, not to a specific car.
How about the 2 boys behind mom and the younger child? Did you see those 2 boys react in any way to the black Mercedes SUV?
No, not to.
Black's foundation.
Over.
No, I did not. Sorry.
All right. But based on what you can recall, the black Mercedes got through the intersection first.
I don't recall that. I'm honestly not sure which car went through first exactly.
It appeared to you that they were both very close to each other.
Yes.
And then you described that what did you see with respect to the white Mercedes SUV and the impact?
Sorry, after the impact? Or?
No, leading up to the impact, can you describe what you saw with respect to the white Mercedes SUV and the impact with whatever person you saw get hit?
So they had gone around me and then gone through the intersection. They had struck 2 people in the intersection. And then I don't even want to say braked because it wasn't even a full brake. They tapped their brakes for a split second and just kept driving.
And you're describing the white Mercedes SUV
Yes.
and the impact. Did you see what happened to the boy that the white vehicle hit?
Yes.
What did you see?
After she had made an impact with him, he had ended up towards the side of the road, closer to the curb. And He wasn't really conscious. So
And when you say closest to the curb, are you talking about the curb on the right side closest to the tennis courts?
yes,
And did you see what, if anything, happened to the other boy? So the boy who was struck was walking close to another boy?
yes. The second boy was a little bit higher up on the right side. I don't know exactly where he was, but by the time we had turned around, he was on the sidewalk.
Did you actually see that impact with the other boy who was down the road farther?
Not of the second one, no, not fully. I mean, I'd seen a impact, but not that. No.
And then once you saw the impact, you described ultimately that white Mercedes SUV, it continued driving on.
Yes.
How long were you at the scene?
Till the very end of I don't even know exactly what time I left. I was one of the last people there.
Several hours?
Yes.
During that entire time that you were there, did you ever see that white Mercedes SUV return to the scene?
No, never.
How about the black Mercedes SUV? Did you ever see that vehicle return to the scene?
No, not that I recall.
The impact that you saw with the white Mercedes SUV, did it make a sound?
Yeah,
Can you describe that sound for us?
it's just loud. It's kind of like a loud thud sound, I guess.
And did you hear a second impact that you described? It sounded like something was breaking.
Yes, a skateboard. I believe it was the skateboard. It just sounded like wood cracking, so had to have been the skateboard because I was also in the street.
And prior to the impact, when you first noticed the family in the crosswalk, did you see whether one of the boys was riding or using a skateboard?
I don't recall if he was actually riding it, but I know he did have one.
And the time that you saw the impact and you heard the two impacts that you described, at that time, were the only two vehicles at that location the white Mercedes SUV and the black Mercedes SUV?
Besides mine, yes.
And when those vehicles raced past you and you saw the family in the crosswalk crossing the street, did you slow down your car?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. When those two vehicles passed you and you saw them heading towards the intersection, you saw the family crossing the street, did you slow your vehicle down at all?
Yes.
Why?
I just saw someone, I don't know, it just didn't seem like it was going to end well. I just saw someone going straight towards people walking. And I was like, oh, I don't know if they're going to see them in time.
Oh, all right. So can we go to Exhibit 74? All right. Actually, Chris, can you zoom out? I'm going to ask you a question. So first, Ms. Etikari, can you see this exhibit on your screen?
Yes.
All right. And do you see at the very top right, there's a blue label that reads Defendant's Exhibit F?
Yes,
All right. And do you see your name there?
I do.
And looking at this image, does this appear to be an exhibit from your deposition? In this case?
Yes.
Okay. That's good. All right. And looking at it, we're going to get it a little bit closer, but just in looking at the image, is this an aerial overview of Triunfo and Saddle Mountain Drive?
Yes.
All right. Can we zoom in, please? All right. Ms. Etikari, can you see the crosswalk? There's two markings there. There's an M and then there's like a red circle.
Yes.
Do you recall what the M stands for?
I believe it was Honestly, no, actually, I don't.
Was it for mom?
Lady.
Sustain.
For sure.
Would reviewing your deposition refresh your memory about what that M stands for?
Yes.
Pays on.
Your Honor, 8616 through 9312. 86.
That's 7 pages. Let's see what she mentioned.
86.
So specific, Your Honor, 88.
88.
Yeah, so 88, 17, through 89, 4.
Maybe this to read. Start from the marking.
All right, so in reviewing your deposition transcript, did that refresh your memory about what the M stands for?
Yes.
And what's it stand for?
I did put that for the mother, Mark.
All right. And is that the approximate location of where you saw the mother just before the impact?
Yes.
And then how about with respect to the red circle? Do you recall what that is?
Just one of the other boys.
Is
Or
that
just where about the other boys were.
Is that red circle the approximate location of where you saw that impact with the white SUV and the boy?
About there, a little closer to the M, but yes.
Once those, let me step back. You can take it. When the vehicles passed you, the white and the black Mercedes SUV, when they passed you, do you recall about what speed you were going?
About 40.
And then at some point after you witnessed the impact, did you stop your car?
Yes.
Did you stop your car before you reached the actual crosswalk?
Yes.
And you got out?
Yes.
What did you do first?
I just ran over to what appeared to be the mom. And then she had another younger son with her who seemed to be the youngest out of all of them. Just kind of ran over to them because she was already waving her hands around like help, stop, like call 911. And yeah, I got out and talked to the youngest one, and he told me his name and that he doesn't like school, and pretty much just checked in with him for a little bit. And yeah, I'm not exactly sure like directly after that.
Do you remember hearing anything the mom was saying when you first ran over there?
Well, she was asking for help and to call 911. She also kept asking if she was dreaming and if this was real life. And yeah, pretty much just to help.
And when you were in that area, did you see the boy lying who you saw get hit by the white vehicle?
Yes.
Did that boy appear to be lifeless?
Yes.
Did at some point you learn that the mom that we've been talking about, that her name is Nancy Iskander?
Yes.
And with respect to the boys, the one boy who you saw lying next to the curb and the other boy who was down the road, you remember learning their names were Mark and Jacob Iskander?
Yes.
Did you ever see a person who you later learned was the father return to the scene?
Yes.
Was he with anyone?
Well, actually, sorry, I'm gonna go back really fast because at the time I wasn't sure who it was, but there was a male that did come back.
And did at some point you learn that he was the father of the children?
Yes.
And did you ever learn that his name was Kareem Iskander?
I did find that out later on, yes.
When he came onto the scene, was he with anyone?
I remember a grandmother coming at some point, but I don't exactly know when that was. I'm not sure if they came together or not.
Do you remember the father reacting to the scene?
Yes.
Can you describe what you saw?
Pretty much just screaming. Same type of thing, like not really believing what was going on. Pretty much just that.
And you told us that you were with the littlest boy at some point. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember learning his name?
Yeah, he told me that night his name was Zach.
What do you remember him telling you? I know he said he didn't like school.
Yeah, I was just asking him questions like, what's your name? Do you go to school? Like, how old are you? I can't remember the exact age he told me. I think he said around like maybe 3. So I believe he was in preschool maybe.
Do you remember why you were asking them those questions?
Just to kind of distract him from what was going on.
Do you remember anything else that he said to you during that time?
No, not at the moment.
All right. And you were at the scene for several hours?
Yes.
And you were interviewed there?
Yes.
And were you interviewed later again?
Yes.
And in this matter and other matters, lots of interviews, sworn testimony, depositions.
Lots of them.
Has it been hard for you to go through all this?
Yeah.
Sir, or Ms. Etikari, do you have any social media?
I do.
All right. Did you ever repost anything relating to Mark and Jacob Iskander?
I did right when the accident first happened.
And did you ever, affirmatively put up your own posts about the incident or the collision that you've been talking about today?
No, I just reposted some other news article, or not article, but picture, I guess.
Did any of the sorrow or sympathy that you have for the Iskander family affect or impact your testimony, all the testimony that you've given, all the different cases in this matter?
Sorry, do you mind repeating that?
Sure. Did any of the sympathy or sorrow that you may feel for the Iskanders, did it affect or impact your ability to tell the truth
No.
in this case? Are you, trying to pick sides or favor one party or over the other in this case?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Etikari. Did I say your name correctly?
Etikari.
Just a few things I want to follow up on. It's correct that you don't recall what color the car was that you first saw. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, first car that went fully through the intersection that I don't recall.
That you don't recall? Okay. So you
But
don't
the
know
first
which-
car that passed me was white.
Okay.
Mhm.
The first car that passed you was white. And when that car passed you, you were about 10 car lengths from the crosswalk? Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And so that would be about 140 feet. Does that sound about right?
Approximately around
Okay.
there.
All right. And you only saw one impact, correct?
Yes.
You heard two impacts, right?
Yes.
And you only saw the white car hit one of the boys, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was the boy that was closest to where the mother was, is that fair? Not the little boy, but further down the sidewalk, closer to the end of the sidewalk?
The one I saw was the one that was closer to the the crosswalk.
Closer to the crosswalk?
Yes. So the one that was closer, well, yeah, because there was one by the crosswalk and then one higher up to the right on the sidewalk.
Okay. Let's see. So if we went from left to right and they're crossing from left to right, who would be on the far left?
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant after. That I don't recall.
Okay. But the boy that you saw be hit by the car was not the one to the far left. Is that correct?
At this moment, I don't remember what order they were in. I just know that the mom was on one end, but the little boys, I don't know what order they were in.
The boy that you saw get hit, the boy that you saw get hit and he went to the right, is that correct, after he was hit?
Yes.
Okay, and that boy was to the right of the other boy, is that right? From your vantage point?
Yes, wait, sorry.
Okay, do you want me to repeat that?
Yes, please. Sorry, I'm
No,
kind of confused.
no problem. It's a little confusing. It'd be easier if I got up and drew it. But you saw four people in the crosswalk, correct? And the far right, closest to the end of the sidewalk, was Mrs. Iskander and her little boy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next one closest to Mrs. Iskander, that boy was, you later found out was Jacob, is that correct?
Oh, I don't know who was next to each other. Sorry.
Okay.
No, I get what we're saying now.
Okay.
I don't remember which boy was in what order. I just remember the mom being with the youngest
Okay.
one. But the other two boys, I don't remember that order.
Okay, I see. So you didn't know their names, right? Okay, but if we don't use names, and I ask you for the boy that was the closest, it was the boy that was the closest to the mother other than the little boy. Was that the boy you saw get hit?
I believe so.
Not the one that was to the left of, was it the boy in between? In other words, not the boy on the left end?
I'm not sure.
So you're not sure which boy you saw get hit? Is that
Well,
right?
I'm not sure which one was walking where, so
Okay.
that's where I'm not sure.
Maybe we could put that last diagram up. That might be easier.
Which one? I don't have. I don't know. Which exhibit do you want?
The last one, 145?
145-2.
Thank you.
There's another pointer up here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, there's.
Where?
It's right there.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay, very good. Let me see if I'll try to be a little more clear. May I approach, Your Honor?
Please.
Okay. All right. So the family's walking this way, is that correct? To the right?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. And I think there was a picture that you had marked the end, remember that, the end? Okay, so the mom would have been sort of over in this area here,
Mhm.
closest to the right side?
Yes.
And then there were, the other two boys were one in front of the other, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was it the boy that was in front of the other boy that was hit? Or was it the boy in the back that you saw?
I believe it was the one on the right side.
Okay, so
Just because I was behind, I couldn't really fully see. So that was the car behind her.
Okay, so, all right, so it wasn't the boy that was all the way to the back that you saw get hit, correct?
I'm honestly not sure.
Okay, thank you. But the boy that got hit, the accident that you saw, if I understood your testimony correctly, was you said the white car hit one of the boys, correct?
Yes.
You never saw who hit the other boy, correct?
Well, the white car had technically hit both.
But you didn't see the white car hit the other boy, correct?
No, the other one, no. The second boy, no. The first one, that was closer to me, yes. When I say second and first, sorry, I'm not talking about when they were crossing the crosswalk. I'm talking about like when I got out of my car where they were.
Is it correct to say that you did not actually see the impact with the second boy occur?
No.
It's not correct?
No. Well, that is correct, sorry, yes.
My fault, double negative. Let me ask it this way. Did you see the impact with the second boy?
No.
Okay. So you only saw the impact with the first boy, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know whether another car hit the other boy because you didn't see it, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you talked about two impacts. You recall hearing two impacts, is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall that the second impact was, I think at one point you may have said 5 seconds later, but then another time you said 3 seconds later?
It was like less than 3 seconds.
Less than 3 seconds? Okay. And I heard you say on direct that you thought that might be a skateboard?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you when you heard the second impact?
Still in my car.
Still in your car,
Yes.
okay. When you heard the second impact, had the other boy been hit yet?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So when you say that you think it's a skateboard that you saw, is that just because it made a sound that you thought might be the skateboard breaking?
Well, no, I saw a broken skateboard and then it was in the road when everything happened.
Right.
But never mind, sorry.
So you saw a broken skateboard in the road, correct?
Yes.
And then you assumed that maybe that was the second impact that you heard, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't know for sure if what you heard was the skateboard breaking, is that correct?
Yes.
I know you mentioned that after the first boy was hit, that you saw Miss Iskander kind of waving her arms, and you recall that?
Yes.
When you were approaching the intersection before the accident happened, did you see anybody waving their arms?
Well, just the woman that was there, but before that, no.
Okay, so only after the impact had occurred?
Yes.
Did you see Mrs. Iskander dive out of the way of the black car?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you see Mrs. Iskander grab her child before the black car came through?
I do remember her. Yes, that I remember.
And you remember seeing the black car going through the intersection at that
Oh,
point?
the black car. Sorry, I didn't hear you say black car. I do remember her grabbing or like having the youngest one in her hand and holding on to him, but I don't recall when or which car it was that was going by when that happened.
Do you remember seeing the black car go through the intersection at all?
Yes.
Okay. Did the black car, as you remember, go through the intersection before or after the white car?
I don't recall.
How soon after well, you don't know if the white car went first?
Wait, I'm sorry. When
Go
you
ahead.
say through the intersection, I just want to be clear. Do you mean like before they got to the crosswalk, or do you mean just going through that whole intersection, just that whole street, like when they were driving off?
So just now we're at the crosswalk. Which car went through first?
Before the incident, the white one.
Okay, and now just before it entered the intersection, which car entered the intersection first?
The white one.
The white one?
Yes.
Okay, and the black car was where?
Just very close by. I don't exactly know. I just know that they were right next to each other.
So the black and the white car were next to each other?
Well, by next to each other, I meant like just, I don't know if they were one behind each other or if they were next to each other, but I just remember them being very close the whole time.
Okay. But you don't remember if one car was in front of the other? Is that correct?
Before the incident,
Right.
the white car.
Yeah. And so if I say before the incident, I want to make sure that we're talking about the same time frame. Right before crossing into the intersection, which car was in front?
The white car.
The white car.
Yes.
And right before going into the intersection, where was the black car?
That I don't recall, but I do remember the white one going through first.
Okay. All right. Did you see the black car go through the intersection?
Yes.
Okay. You just don't.
I just don't know. But I do. I mean, there were only two other cars on the road. So I remember a white car and a black car going through. But other than that.
And your estimate is that the two cars were about 5 to 10 feet behind each other. Is that right?
While they were, yes, yeah.
And so the two cars being 5 to 10 feet behind each other, was that right at the intersection, right when they were just about to go through the crosswalk?
That was like right before and as they were going around me.
Okay, so that was a little further back, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said, let me ask you this. You mentioned that you saw the family in the crosswalk when you were about 10 car lengths away from the intersection. Had either of these cars passed you by that point?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember which car passed you first?
The white one.
And what lane was the white car in?
Originally the number 2 lane while it was still behind me, and then ended up in the number 1 and then back in number 2.
Because you were in the number 2 lane in your car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you saw the car come behind you and then in the number 2 lane and then move over to the number 1 lane to pass you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And and it was a white car, right?
Yes.
And did the white car then come back in front of you in the number 2 lane?
Yes.
And that was all before reaching the crosswalk, correct?
Yes.
So
that was when they first like caught my attention and they were going around. So right as a little after I turned right onto Tramfo.
Oh, so this is at the end of the
like the-
street.
No, not at the very beginning, but like I'm saying, not right before the intersection. I mean, it's not a huge difference,
Right.
but or distance. Sorry, not difference, distance.
So we talked about 80 feet. Is that what you're talking about, around before the 80 feet?
No, I'm talking about when they went around me because you
Right.
said from number 2 to, or I said number 2 to number 1, and then back to number 2.
Okay, and that happened before you got to that 80-foot point where you could see the family in the crosswalk, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it's behind that, okay. And counsel had asked you about initially, you've talked to a few people about this case, of course. Initially, you had given an estimate of something like, you thought the cars were going a lot faster, something like 100 miles an hour, you had said. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you changed that to about 70 to 75, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had originally estimated that high number because you had just started driving, is that correct?
Yes, I was a newer driver, so I didn't
Okay.
necessarily know speed that well.
So you didn't have a lot of experience on the road, gauging people's speed, is that fair?
I mean, gauging people at that speed, no.
Okay. Now, before you came here, did you have a chance to talk with the lawyers?
Yes.
Okay, and so did you talk with the lawyer? Who did you speak with?
I spoke with Andrew Owens.
Okay, and
Or Owen, sorry.
did you speak with Mr. Owen about your testimony today?
Not about, well, yes, that I was going to be here, and yes.
Okay, and did you go over with him some of the statements that you had made before?
No.
When was the last time you saw the statements that you had made before?
I have pretty recently.
And how is it that you happened to see those statements recently?
I have them all in my emails from all the past ones that I've done, and yes, I have so many.
You've saved them? Okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Owen asked you about social media. Have you, I understand you haven't, you said you maybe retweeted, obviously I don't do social media, but you said you retweeted things or you reposted things?
Yeah, I reposted a picture from another account. I'm not sure which one, probably just some ABC News or something like that.
Okay.
Some type of news account that had just like posted a picture of them, and I think I just put like 2 emojis. I think I put like a heart and like an angel emoji, something along those lines, and just put that on my story.
Okay. And why did you repost that?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
All right, thank you so much. Nothing else.
Take my afternoon break. Have a case amongst yourselves or anyone else. Try to keep it right around 5 minutes. President, you may be seated. Strong. Before he starts, I just want to commend everyone for not having an interaction with the lawyers. And we will hold on to that tie clip. And if we can't find an owner, guess what? I will have a tie clip.
Good afternoon, Ms. Etikari.
Good afternoon.
We have not met before, correct?
We have not.
You were telling Ms. Holm earlier that you'd had communications with Mr. Owen. About how many times have you spoken with Mr. Owen during the course of this case?
This one or since it
Just
started?
ever since the accident happened, how many times have you spoken to him?
Maybe just like 3 or 4 times.
In those 3 or 4 times, were they in person, by phone, or both?
Both.
During those times you've spoken to Mr. Owen, have you communicated about what your observations were?
No.
You've never talked to him about what you saw that day?
No.
Generally, what were your communications about?
Just about like coming to court and like if I'd like today, I was like, are we on east side or west side? I was confused on where I was going. So I messaged him about that, things
Okay.
like that.
You mentioned that you followed the case on social media. You also read some articles about the case, right?
No, not really articles. No,
Okay.
I've seen them, but I don't read them.
You don't read any of the postings on social media?
Not necessarily. Not about this case.
Okay. You were 19 when the accident happened, right?
Yes.
And as I understand it, you had gotten your driver's license about 4 months before it happened, right?
Yes.
The accident happens right after sunset around dusk, true?
Yes.
While driving on Triunfo Canyon, would you agree that there were a lot of cars parked along the curb on the right-hand side as you approached the intersection?
Yes, higher up, or not closer to the intersection, but higher up towards the golf, or not the golf course, tennis courts.
People park there to either use the athletic club, go on walks, go to the lake, things of that nature.
Yes.
So it tends to be a pretty busy curb in terms of cars being parked there.
Yes.
Now, as you're approaching the intersection, you see a family of 4 in the crosswalk,
Yes.
right? Isn't it true that the person furthest left of you is actually the mother?
Or this thing? I don't believe so.
So we were talking earlier about a deposition that you gave in the case. You gave this deposition on March 23, 2022. So that would have been about a year and a half after the accident, right?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that your memory a year and a half after the accident would be fresher than it is today, nearly 6 years after the accident?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to read page 40, line 9 to 19.
Proceed.
No objection.
Proceed.
Thank you. And then you said they're going from left to right. Okay. So starting from the left, you're saying that's the mom? Answer, yes. And then in front of mom, who would be next? Take your time to think about this. I know I'm asking you for something years ago, so just your best recollection. Answer, I want to say it was like the youngest one in front of the mom. I believe the 2 older boys were in front of the youngest one. So a year and a half after the accident, when you provided sworn testimony, as you're approaching the intersection, mom would be on your left, youngest kid in front of her, and then the two boys in front of the youngest kid, correct?
Well, that I said that day, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you were thinking that, you're on permission to approach with Exhibit 75-1.
Okay.
So when you had that perception back in April of 2022, can you show us, why don't you put an M where you believe mom was?
Well, Vegas at the time.
On your approach to the intersection?
Like for what I said before?
Yes. Well, your perception was in 2022.
Objection relevance?
Yeah, and Your Honor, we can't see what is.
I'm sorry?
And we're not able to see what's
I'll
being.
publish it after she's done, Judge.
Proceed. Over.
So did you have a mark for mom?
I do now, yes.
Okay, and then you said the child, the youngest child was right in front of mom. Where did you believe the youngest child to be? Maybe you put YC for youngest child? And then the two kids were in front of the youngest child. If you can just generally say where the two boys that were struck were.
Sorry, how do you want me to mark that?
Just X's
Just
are
X's,
fine.
okay.
Thank you,
Say
ma'am.
about there.
All right, permission to publish, Your Honor? And, just for the record, I will mark this as permission to mark for identification as Exhibit 75-1A.
Okay. So just keep lifting the arm until the lights comes on.
Ah, thank you. Thank you. So in April of 2022, when you were testifying, you believe mom was where the M is here, correct?
I believe so. Off the statement that I just received, that's what I believe.
And then youngest child would have been right in front of mom?
Yes.
And then the two boys that were struck would have been in front of the youngest child?
Yes.
Who's to admit you're under 75-1A? The mom that you saw, was she on rollerblades?
Not that sorry, I can't recall right now.
Page 42, line 24 to page 41, line 5 of her deposition.
Is it 42?
I misspoke if I did, Your Honor. I meant page 40, line 24 to page 41, line 5. I apologize.
Proceed.
Okay, so the woman that you saw, was she just walking? Was she on rollerblades? What was she doing? Answer, I'm not sure. I mean, she was just walking. I'm not sure, like, she wasn't in rollerblades or anything. She was in regular shoes, but I'm not sure exactly what she was doing. Was the child that was in front of her on a razor?
Yes. Well, a scooter, but yeah.
Okay. And then the two older boys in front of the child, what were they on, if anything?
I remember one having rollerblades and one having a skateboard. Not sure if he was on it or just carrying it.
Okay. Would you agree that the speed at which both cars passed you on the left was 70 miles per hour?
Yes, approximately.
Is it fair to say that you were guessing or speculating that these two cars were racing?
Yes.
You believe that both cars then moved back into the number 2 lane, or just the white car?
Just the white cars, I remember.
And then you're certain that it's the white car that strikes both boys?
Yes.
Objection, misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
And then the white vehicle, you did not observe the black vehicle strike anyone, true?
Yes.
As you're approaching the crosswalk, did you ever see any pedestrian jump out and wave their arms, trying to alert people to what was about to happen?
Oh, wait, yes, sorry.
You did see somebody
Well,
do that?
Like it was right after. So no, not before necessarily. No, it was right after when I noticed it.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Etikari.
Thank you.
I have nothing further.
Okay, Ms. Etikari, I'll be quick, I promise.
No worries.
All right. You know, this whole experience for you, witnessing and seeing what you saw, was it traumatic for you?
Yes.
Was it one of the most stressful things that you've ever seen?
Yes, definitely.
And was it perhaps the most stressful thing you've ever seen?
Yes.
And Mr. Braun asked you to make this exhibit, the 75-1A. Were you using that or were you marking that up just to follow what the transcript read?
Well, pretty much, yeah, because he had asked from 2022
And so
I
if we
said
could,
that in 2022. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Okay.
Can we republish 74?
Put it back on the heat.
I think
No, that's
that's
70,
there
that's,
are.
Oh, I'm sorry.
the thing he's talking about.
Yeah, 74.
75-1A was Mr. Vaughn's.
Right. And so remember, Ms. Etikari, we asked you questions about this one.
Hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and you see it on your screen again. And in this one, you have the mom ahead of the at least the child that you saw get impacted.
Yes.
All right. And is this the orientation of where the mother was as it relates to the child who you saw get hit?
To my latest memory, yes, this is it.
All right. And this is what you recall seeing the mom ahead of the child who was hit by the white SUV.
Yes.
Now, with respect, could we zoom out, Chris? With respect to all four of the family members, at the time of the impact, had all four of them gone past the center median? And let me show you, when I say the center median, I'm talking about this right here.
Yes. Like by the time I'd seen them, yes.
Yes. And at the time of impact, were they even closer to the tennis court side of the street?
Yes.
And as you were approaching the intersection and the two vehicles come speeding past you, did you have any trouble seeing the family in the crosswalk?
No.
When the impact occurred and the other impact that you heard, that braking sound that you told us about today, the only cars that were there were the white Mercedes SUV and the black Mercedes
On the
SUV.
scope.
Yes.
Over.
And the only vehicle you saw impact the child was the white Mercedes SUV?
Yes.
With respect to the skateboard, you asked about that, whether it was speculation about what you heard as it relates to the braking associated with the second impact. So while you may not be certain, do you believe most likely that the braking sound you heard that you associated with the second impact was the skateboard?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
So sorry. Do you mind repeating that?
Sure. So with respect to your testimony concerning the skateboard, do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And do you recall Ms. Holm asking you whether you were speculating about whether that sound was the breaking of a skateboard?
Yes.
Do you believe, while you may not be certain, do you believe most likely the sound that you heard, that breaking sound of the second impact, was the breaking of the skateboard?
Yes.
You were also asked with respect to, well, do you know whether they were speeding? And do you know what was in their minds at the time?
No.
Right. All you know is what you saw.
Yes.
And what you saw was those two Mercedes SUVs speeding past you as it approached the family in the crosswalk. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions from the jury?
I have to,
Any others? All right, Ms. Hunt.
thank you. Ms. Etikari, we talked earlier about, you mentioned that you could see the family in the crosswalk when you were about 10 car lengths away, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you never saw the second boy get hit.
Ask and
correct?
answer.
Well, this is, yeah, thank you.
No.
Okay. So you don't know, you didn't see the white car hit the second boy, correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
No question? Anyone?
Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, before we get to the jury's question, can I ask one last question associated with that?
So that being,
Ms. Holmes' question.
sure.
Was the only impact that you saw between the white Mercedes SUV and the boy?
Yes.
No other vehicle was associated with that impact?
No.
And there was no other vehicle there to hit it other than that white Mercedes
That should
SUV?
be on the scope.
No.
I'll allow it.
Your answer?
Oh, sorry. I said no.
two questions for you. Did another car, aside from the two cars that raced by you, did another car pass you to hit the second boy?
No.
Where on the front of her car did you see the boys hit?
So I saw it happen from the back. So the angle it seemed like for me was just like the front of the car.
So you know it's from the front of the car, but you can't say where on the front of the car.
Exactly.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Any other questions? And remember, if a question is not asked, blame me, no one else. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
No. Pull it at the elbow. All right, next witness.
Your Honor, the plaintiff's called Brian Cotter by video.
No, don't worry about it.
Don't mess with it.
We'll take care of it. This one.
Don't touch. You break it, you touch it.
All right, so again, we're gonna have video testimony, and I'll tell you.
Sorry.
How long is this estimate?
Your Honor, it's 37 minutes.
Remember yoga. I know about video in the afternoon, so feel free to stretch if needed. Please proceed. And this witness is Mr. Cotter.
Yes.
All right, proceed.
All right, good morning, sir. Hi. Could you please state your name for the record?
Brian Cotter,
Who's your current employer?
Mercedes-Benz USA.
How long have you been with that company?
10 years and 6 months.
What is your current position?
Currently, I manage the AMG Experience driving school, and I also am responsible for GT or customer racing in the United States.
For how long have you held those positions?
Since the middle of last year, so approximately 18 months.
Prior to that, or actually, why don't we start at Mercedes and go up to what you just described? So, starting with your very first position at Mercedes, describe that and work us up to the last one that you just told us.
Sure. So 10 and a half years ago, I started at Mercedes. I was in the PR department at that time. While I was in the PR department, I worked on AMG performance products, whether that was SUVs or sedans or sports cars. I also represented vans and motorsports at that time, and I did that job for about 2.5 years. After PR, I moved to our product management division, where I worked for about 5 years, I believe. Also working on AMG products, a range of products over the course of those 5 years. After those 5 years, I moved into a business development role for approximately 18 months. In the business development role, I also worked on AMG products, but more so with a sales focus, less so a marketing focus. And then my most recent position, as I described previously, is motorsports and AMG experience.
Right. So with respect to your current position, the AMG experience in managing that, can you just give us a broad sense of what your job duties and responsibilities are in that regard?
Sure. So AMG Experience is a customer loyalty program that we operate at Mercedes now for, I guess, 15 or so years. I've been doing it for the last 18 or so months. And my job is effectively to try to get customers who have purchased AMG products to take advantage of this program, which is upon the purchase of an AMG automobile, you either get complimentary access to participate in an AMG Experience driving school, or you get 50% off of your program, depending on which model you purchase. Alternatively, we we try to market this program to people who have an interest in our products but are not currently an AMG customer. You are able to purchase an entry to this program just as a regular individual if you'd like to participate in the program. So my primary goal is to try to make the program as appealing as possible, to try to find locations where our customers will naturally tend to orient themselves, major markets, key focus areas for our company when it comes to sales. And it's also to try to get as many people in the seats as we possibly can for these programs. At the end of the day, I do sit within the marketing program, our marketing department, I should say, but the program itself, we like to think of it as a more of a loyalty play rather than like a conquest program.
Okay. And then can you help us understand generally what the differences are between a traditional Mercedes-Benz vehicle and AMG Mercedes vehicle?
Yeah, so traditionally, Mercedes-Benz would develop a product, whether that product is a sedan, a sports car, an SUV. AMG traditionally would get that product and make it more sporty. And sportiness can come in many different forms. It could come with visual improvements. So maybe the front bumper, rear bumper, and fenders would have a more aggressive styling touch. Sportiness could be handling. It could be slightly stiffer shocks. The steering wheel might have a different feel to it as you turn it. Maybe it's a heavier weight. The brakes will be larger, more capable. And then, of course, the power output of the car generally would be higher than a Mercedes-Benz variant. So AMG would traditionally start with the Mercedes-Benz product and then enhance it to make it sportier overall. AMG also makes their own products, which would be developed from the ground up by AMG with no Mercedes-Benz variant of that product, which should be, say, more purpose-built to be even sportier than a Mercedes-Benz platform would be.
Okay. So is it a fair characterization to say that generally Mercedes AMG vehicles are typically more powerful, have faster acceleration, and sportier handling than the traditional Mercedes-Benz vehicles?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Let me publish my first exhibit. This will be Exhibit 1. I'll share my screen. All right. So Exhibit 1 is the amended notice of deposition of Mercedes-Benz USA, LLC. Sir, can you see the first page on your screen?
Yeah, a little bit small.
I'll make it a little bit bigger.
Perfect.
Okay. And then let me go to the subpoena. And this particular subpoena I'll represent for the record requested that Mercedes-Benz USA produce a representative or individual who would provide testimony on behalf of the company with respect to certain topics. And let me turn to page 5 of this exhibit, or attachment 4. Make it a little bit bigger. Mr. Cotter, can you see page 5 on your screen?
I can.
Okay. And looking at this particular page, have you seen these two topics before today?
Yes.
And do you understand that you've been designated by Mercedes-Benz USA to offer testimony on these two topics?
Yes.
Can you just give us a broad sense of what you did in order to prepare for your deposition today? And let me qualify it with, don't tell us what you and your lawyers talked about. We understand that you likely talked with my colleague and your lawyer. Setting that aside, could you tell us what you did?
The exhibits that are referenced in this file were shared with me in August for my review and verification and to certify that the files were complete as we provided them. And I did that. And that is my preparation.
Okay. And that actually leads us to my next exhibit. And I'm going to start with the first topic, which is the process of gathering documents, photos and videos that were produced on or about August 12, 2025, in response to our civil subpoena. So let me publish my next exhibit, Exhibit 2, which I'll represent for the record. It's a 10-page PDF, and it's
it's through and from Nationwide Legal, who we use to handle our subpoenas. And it includes the subpoena for records that we served on or about June 19th, 2025. And on page 3 is attachment 3. And it contains 6 different categories of information or documents that the subpoena sought. So, Mr. Cotter, can you see page 3 on your screen right now?
Yes, I can.
And maybe it might not have been in this exact form, but with respect to the 6 categories of documents related to the subpoena, have you seen these topics and categories before?
Just quickly reading over.
Sure, take your time.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and were you tasked with locating documents, photos, and videos that were responsive to these requests?
The documents and photos and video had been previously compiled. I was asked to verify the contents of the gathered documents.
And did you get a chance to do that verification?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I'm not going to read each of these 6, but broadly speaking, is it fair to characterize the requests as covering documents and information relating to Rebecca Grossman's participation in the ANG Driving Academy that occurred on or about April 9, 2018 at the Laguna Seca Raceway?
Yes.
Okay. And so let me mark as my next exhibit, which will be the entire production. And what I'll do is, let me just share my screen. And so, sir, first off, can you see my desktop, what's on my screen right now?
It's very small, but I can see it.
Okay. And so what I'll represent to you, sir, and for the record, is the entirety of the production from Mercedes-Benz USA in response to our subpoena. And there are 13 items that were produced. They contain the base range of MBUSA 1 through 78, and it includes 10 PDFs, 1 MP4 video file, 1 PowerPoint, and 1 Word document. Sir, does this production that I just identified constitute the entire production of Mercedes-Benz USA in response to our subpoena?
Yes.
And we're going to look at some of these individual documents in just a moment. But for the record, I'll represent to you, and as was communicated by your counsel, that certain private identifying information related to people and participants other than Rebecca Grossman have been redacted. So I'll just represent that, those have been the only modifications to these documents. Is that your understanding as well, sir?
It is.
Okay. Okay, all right. Let me go back to the subpoena, which was Exhibit 2. And let me go to the last page, which is a declaration of custodian of records. Let me make it a little bit bigger for you. Okay, and let me scroll down to it, this one page. Sir, can you see this declaration of custodian of records?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and looking at it, let me first draw your attention towards the bottom. And it identifies you, is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that your printed name?
It is.
And is that your signature?
It is.
And then you signed this declaration on July 18th, 2025 in Atlanta, Georgia?
I did.
And let me scroll up towards the top. And sir, when you were reviewing and verifying the production, did you understand that by this declaration, you swore that you were the duly authorized custodian of records?
Yes, I understood that.
And then that you were certifying that the production, that you verified that they were true and complete copies of records that were maintained in the regular course and scope of Mercedes-Benz USA's business, and that they were prepared by authorized personnel at or near the time of the acts, conditions, or events which they intend to convey?
Yes.
And you also understood when you signed this declaration that as the custodian, you are capable and competent to testify about the record's identity and their method of preparation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And to that end, was the source of information and method of preparation of the documents that were identified and verified, based on what you know in your background, training, experience, did you believe that they indicate that these documents are trustworthy and reliable?
Yeah.
Next topic is, and we're referencing attachment 4 to the deposition notice. Topic 2 is Rebecca Grossman's participation in the Mercedes-AMG Driving Academy at Laguna Seca Raceway in 2018, including the materials provided, topics and instruction provided, and activities engaged by her. So let me start with the first question. Sir, based on your knowledge of what you reviewed, including all the documents, photos, and videos, did Rebecca Grossman participate in the Mercedes-AMG Driving Academy at the Laguna Seca Raceway in or around August of 2020, or in or around the year of 2018?
Yes, based on all of the files provided, yes.
All right. Let me start with the first document. This will be Exhibit 4. Go to this document here. Okay, so Exhibit 4, it's a 2-page PDF, MBUSA 35 through 36. Make it a little bit bigger. Okay, sir, can you see at least a portion of the first page of this exhibit on your screen?
Yes, I can.
All right. Upon Rebecca Grossman's registration to the AMG Driving Academy, communicate to her that she was just a short time away from her academy experience at one of the world's best racetracks?
Yes.
Did the AMG Academy also communicate to her, Rebecca Grossman, that she should get ready to let her adrenaline flow while she would be behind the wheel of the most powerful AMG vehicles ever made?
Yes.
All right, let me go to my next exhibit. This will be Exhibit 5, and this is the AMG Driving Academy Driver Handbook. So let me publish that. Okay, Exhibit 5 is 27 pages. That's MB USA 1 through 27. Okay, so can you see the first page of this document on the screen?
Yes, I can.
And was this driver handbook that I've marked as Exhibit 5 made available to Rebecca Grossman as part of her registration and participation in the Academy?
It was.
All right, let me turn to page 3. Is it true that the AMG Driving Academy gives drivers the opportunity to improve their abilities, whether they are newly licensed or have years of experience, while letting them experience the qualities of a Mercedes AMG vehicle?
Yes.
Is it true that at the AMG Driving Academy, participants like Rebecca Grossman are taught things like emergency braking, skid control, proper cornering technique, line of sight, and a variety of other skills relating to driving vehicles?
Yes.
Is it true that one of the main goals of the AMG Driving Academy was to raise awareness of participants like Rebecca Grossman of all the elements that constitute, quote, good, safe, end quote, driving, whether on the street or the racetrack?
Yes.
Let's go to page 7. All right, and this is relating to iWork, a key fundamental. Sir, can you see that page on your screen?
I can.
All right, one of the lessons taught at the AMG Driving Academy that Rebecca Grossman participated in was iWork, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it true that as it relates to iWork, it involved looking where you want to be next, not where you are? Hands and feet follow the eyes.
That's correct.
And is it true that the iWork portion of the AMG Driving Academy also involved proper use of your eyes, which will determine your control inputs and correct car placement?
Yes.
And also, is it true that the iWork portion of this academy included instruction on how to look ahead and relax, and in so doing, you will always feel in control and be able to catch mistakes early?
Yes.
Let's go to page 13. Okay, page 13 concerns braking skills. Sir, can you see that page on your screen?
Yes, I can.
And so is it true that at the AMG Driving Academy, Rebecca Grossman received instruction and training on braking skills of AMG vehicles?
Yes.
And did that training also include how to engage in good emergency braking?
Yes.
And that did strike that. And did that good emergency braking involve a quick transition off the throttle and a hard squeeze on the brake pedal?
Yes.
Is it also true that the braking skills lesson included instruction on the vehicle's ABS or anti-lock braking systems?
Yes.
And that instruction, did it include a discussion about how to engage the ABS and related to that, pressing hard on the brake pedal, don't pump the brakes? Was that part of the ABS instruction?
Yes.
And was the reason for that instruction because application of brakes while the car is proceeding on a straight line allows the tires to have maximum traction for braking?
Yes.
Let's go to next page, cornering technique. Okay, sir, can you see the cornering technique portion of the driver's manual on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Was one of the goals of the corner technique instruction to work on cornering technique to explore the car's limit and the driver's limit by using the reference points to safely maximize the corner radius and ultimately speed?
Yes.
Let me go to page 16, the racing line. Can you see this page on your screen?
Yes, I can.
At the AMG Driving Academy, did Rebecca Grossman learn about the racing line and how it involved the radius of an arc and its relation to maximum speed of a vehicle?
Yes.
Go to 18, putting it all together in the real world. Can you see this page on your screen, sir?
Yeah.
At the AMG Driving Academy, was it emphasized that drivers will be sufficiently aware, almost paranoid in fact, that they will see situations develop and learn to respond before they become critical?
Yes. I believe that's on
Was
it.
it, yeah, okay. Was it emphasized at the academy that the instructors could not teach judgment, though they would hope that once drivers have experienced what can and cannot be done with a car, that those correct responses will hopefully be made naturally?
Yes.
Was it true, is it true that at the academy, the participants like Rebecca Grossman learned that good driving requires anticipation and a willingness to devote a high degree of attention to safety?
Yes.
We go to page 19, there's an exercise of module learning objectives. Do you see this page on your screen, sir?
Yes, I do.
Was Rebecca Grossman able to participate in a timed slalom competition while driving AMG vehicles at the academy?
Yeah.
So let me mark as my next exhibit. This will be exhibit 6. Okay, exhibit 6 is a video. It's MBUSA 76. Let me do this. 1 second. Oh, no, not that. There. Here. Okay. What I've published is exhibit 6, and it's a video that's approximately 6 minutes and 17 seconds long. Sir, can you see the paused first frame of this video on your screen?
Yes, I can.
And is this video one of the documents that you verified related to Rebecca Grossman's personal involvement and participation in the AMG Driving Academy?
Yes.
All right. And does this video depict Rebecca Grossman performing, does this video depict Rebecca Grossman participating in one of the driving skills segments as part of the Driving Academy?
Yes.
And is that her in the bottom right-hand portion of the screen?
It appears to be her, yes.
So let me go to 4 minutes and 30. Let me go back to 4 minutes and 30 seconds. I'll play it at that point in time. Okay. I've advanced the video to 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Can you see this particular frame on your screen, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And looking at this frame, her vehicle at this point in time is going 70 miles per hour.
Yes.
Let me press play. And I paused it at 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Sir, were you able to see and hear that portion of the video?
Yes, I was.
And did that portion of the video depict Rebecca Grossman's driving of the AMG Mercedes vehicle at the Laguna Seca Raceway?
Yes.
And then let me go back to 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Can you see at 4 minutes and 35 seconds of the video, do you see where I paused this frame on the screen?
I do.
And it's at this point in time that her Mercedes AMG vehicle hits 114 miles per hour. Is that correct?
That's what's displayed on the screen, yes.
And during the AMG Driving Academy, did the instructors emphasize that while it can be fun and exciting to drive these AMG Mercedes vehicles, that it's important to always drive the vehicles under control? Is that emphasized?
Yeah.
And was it emphasized by the instructors because too much speed and not enough control and attention could lead to bad outcomes like crashes?
Yes.
Let me go to my next exhibit. This will be exhibit 7. Sorry, it took a moment. Okay, so this is the Word document. This is MBUSA 78. It's the AMG Driving Academy registration. And we focus on the waiver and release portion. A little bit bigger. Okay. And it's, let's see, 3 pages. It's MBUSA 78. I think I mentioned that. Okay, on the second page, sir, can you see at least a portion of the second page on your screen?
Yes.
All right. As part of Rebecca Grossman's registration for the AMG Driving Academy, did she have to promise that in order to participate, she would not be under the influence of any alcohol or illegal drug?
Yes.
Did Rebecca Grossman also have to promise that she would not be under the influence of any legal drug that would impair her ability to understand or comply with oral or written directions regarding the use of the vehicle?
Yes.
And are these promises not to be under the influence of alcohol or drugs, illegal or legal? Are these promises that all participants in the AMG Driving Academy are required to make in order to participate?
Yes.
And are these promises required because Mercedes-Benz USA and the AMG Driving Academy wants to ensure that the participants don't become a danger to themselves, the instructors, and the other participants?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Let me publish my next exhibit, which is Exhibit 8. Exhibit 8 is a PowerPoint. And it is identified as MBUSA 77. Let me drag this over here. Okay, and this PowerPoint is 70 slides. Sir, can you see the first slide of this PowerPoint on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and this, can't remember if I just said it, I think I did, but this will be my Exhibit 8. Was this PowerPoint presentation that I marked as Exhibit 8, was it made available to Rebecca Grossman as part of her registration and participation in the Academy?
Yes.
And if we go down to, as part of this slide presentation, slides 42, 43, and 44. You see I'm clicking through those 3 slides, sir?
I do.
And these 3 slides detail and discuss braking performance.
Yes.
And then we look at slide 65. Okay, and slide 65 details, one of several safety rules as part of this presentation. Now we have 65. And the safety rule on this particular slide concerns alcohol and drugs. It reads, driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs/medicine is prohibited. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And is this another document used by Mercedes-Benz USA and the AMG Driving Academy in order to provide and reinforce the rules of the participants in the academy?
Yes.
And then if we look at slide 68, another safety rule detailed in this slide reads, control. Individual speed may never exceed 100% control of the car. Can you see that slide, sir?
Yep.
And was this another safety rule that was communicated by the AMG Driving Academy to Rebecca Grossman?
Yep.
And sir, as it relates to all of the documents produced by Mercedes-Benz in response to our subpoena that we've discussed today, based on your own background, training, experience, and your personal involvement in the AMG driving experience and the driving academy, were these materials that we've looked at and discussed today, would they have been provided and made available to anyone who signs up and registers for the academy?
Yes, anyone who participated would have completed the same forms that were shown here. They would have received the same handbook, which we reviewed, and they would have been shown the same presentation, which you just did.
And you base that testimony on your own background, training, experience, and the work that you actually do with Mercedes-Benz USA?
Yes.
And how often in the last 18 months of this position do you go physically on site to the driving academy?
Every time we have an event.
How often do you have events?
This year we did 5 programs and we had a total of, I believe, we've completed 4 so far. We have one in December. We'll have somewhere around 42 days of active programs.
and I'm on site at each location we go to for anywhere between 2 and 7 days.
Okay, yeah, how long is a typical driving academy program? How many days?
How many days? It depends on where we go and how big the market is. So for a large market, let's say like San Francisco area is big for us. We'll go to, this year, for instance, we'll go to Seiko for these 6 or 7 days. But for a smaller market, like this year, we did a program in Indianapolis. I believe we were there for 5 days. So it really depends on how much demand we have for seats and how many days we can physically rent the location for.
Okay. And the date that Rebecca Grossman went to the AMG Driving Academy in Laguna Seca, you were not working in this position at that time?
That's correct.
How many hours would you say, do you know how many hours Rebecca Grossman was at the Driving Academy?
Based on the documents provided and the video, she would have been there for the program that she paid for. So a typical program, per the, I guess, agenda or the welcome email, one of the files would show an arrival time and a departure time. So whatever those times that are referenced.
Okay, do you have those times that you could provide to us right now, please?
I did, probably.
And counsel, that was part of Mercedes-Benz USA's document production as well.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so on whatever file, well, that doesn't work. Whatever file this is.
Yes,
Yep.
Mr. Owen put that up. I just saw one date on there. Was it just one day?
So yeah, it's a single day program. It says 4/9/2018, 7:45 a.m. So that'd be the start time. And then your end time is probably in another one of these files. Yes. So in MVUSA 29, on page 2 of 7, there's a full agenda. So that'd be more relevant, I guess. So it shows registration, check-in, and breakfast taking place between 7:15 and 8:15, and then the ceremony and farewell, victory ceremony and farewell from 5:40 to 6 p.m.
It ends at 6 p.m. Is that what you said?
Between 5:40 and 6 p.m. is what the agenda says.
My question is, how many hours of instruction did Ms. Grossman get when she attended the AMG Driving Academy?
So based on the agenda, from approximately 8 a.m. until approximately 5:40 to 6 p.m.
How much of that instruction was in a classroom setting per se?
Based on the agenda, the classroom portion was from 8:15 to 9 a.m.
All right, so about 45 minutes, is that right?
Yes.
And in those 45 minutes, was the entire PowerPoint presentation presented?
Yes.
So would you say that the AMG Driving Academy handbook that we looked at today is more of an optional reference as needed for participants?
I think I would say it's optional. I would say it's a supplemental reference, just because, again, if you look at the PowerPoint presentation and you look at the handbook, the topics covered are like the same. It's to give you a preview of what you can expect when you show up on site, so that you're not, I guess, like shell shocked that you arrive and you're not sure what you're going to be doing.
Mm-hmm. And during the 45-minute lecture presentation, is there attendance taken?
Yes. Everyone arrives on site and then you sign in with registration. You get a name tag and you sit down at your assigned table. If you're not present for the registration process, that would be when your attendance is taken. Yeah.
Okay, do you have any records of Ms. Grossman's attendance at any of these instructions throughout this day?
The signature on the waiver would be registration.
All right. Now talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. See you back here tomorrow at 9:15.
Welcome back to On Base, presented by Geico. Get more baseball, get more with Geico. I'm Mookie Betts, and today we have an all-star, silver slugger, a batting champion, and a gold glover, Bobby Witt Jr. How you doing, bro?
Great. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming on. It's a beautiful day in Kansas